What would you do if you discovered that nature holds secrets that could change everything you believe? I am Lucas, a forest ranger in Yellowstone National Park, and my quiet life was shaken by a mystery that until then I had considered merely a local legend. When a series of inexplicable disappearances began to plague our park, the air that was once pure and fresh became heavy, as if nature itself was hiding something. With each dawn, I faced the vastness of the forests, the majestic mountains, and the serene lakes. And behind this beauty, something sinister was unfolding. It was as if the land whispered ancient secrets, crying out for someone to dare to uncover the hidden truth. What were those shadows dancing among the trees at dusk? What had happened to those who ventured beyond the known boundaries? The questions hammered in my mind as I tried to remain calm and fulfill my duty. One morning, while patrolling the ancient pines trail, a sensation of being watched enveloped me. I looked around, but the only company was the birds and the gentle wind. However, as I continued on my way, I found an unusual object partially buried in the ground. A small wooden box, adorned with symbols I had never seen before. My hands trembled as I opened it, revealing a worn diary, its pages yellowed and torn. The words written there spoke of sightings of a mythical creature that protected the park while punishing those who disrespected its laws. As I read, unease grew in my chest. I was overtaken by a desperate curiosity and a need to understand what was happening. The diary mentioned a location, the Echo Spring, where the line between the real world and the supernatural became thin. Without thinking twice, I decided I needed to go there. Urgency guided me, and my own vulnerability became apparent. I was not just a forest ranger. I was a man in search of answers, grappling with the fear that grew with each step. Upon reaching the Echo Spring, the atmosphere changed. The air felt denser, and the sound of water gushing mixed with murmurs I could not comprehend. It was as if nature itself was alive, observing my every move. I felt a chill run down my spine as I approached the edge of the spring. My senses were heightened, and a strange presence seemed to fill the space around me. I looked at the water's surface, and in a moment, I saw a distorted image of a figure I did not recognize. My heart raced. Could this be the creature from the diary? I knew I needed to investigate further, but fear and doubt followed me like shadows in the trees. Then, as if the spring had ears, a deep, resonant sound echoed, and a figure appeared before me. It was a woman of ethereal beauty, surrounded by a soft glow that seemed to pulse with the energy of the forest itself. Her eyes, deep and ancient, reflected wisdom and sadness. She introduced herself as Celine, the guardian of the park, and told me about the disappearances. Those who had gone missing were not mere victims of chance. They had ignored nature's warnings, disrespecting the boundaries that should be honored. With a heavy heart, I realized I was faced with a dilemma. I could follow the path of knowledge and accept the truth, or I could turn back and silence the legend, protecting the innocence of visitors. Celine offered me a choice: continue the park's protection, but with the responsibility of warning others about the dangers that dwell in the darkness. Or I could ignore what I had learned and let nature take its course, keeping its secrets safe but condemning others to the same fate as the missing. With my decision made, I realized that the beauty of the park was not just in its stunning landscape, but in the complexity of life that pulsed beneath its surface. As I returned to the trail, I felt the weight of the world on my shoulders, but also a new determination. I knew that my mission as a forest ranger now had a new meaning, and that I must be the voice that echoed through the forests, warning of the mysteries that nature held. Thus, my life transformed into a story of protection and respect, where the beauty of the park and its secrets intertwined, and where my vulnerability became my greatest strength. What I did not know was that this journey was just beginning, and that new truths were yet to come, hidden in the shadows of Yellowstone, waiting to be revealed. In the days that followed my encounter with Celine, my life transformed into a labyrinth of mysteries and revelations. The beauty of Yellowstone National Park now seemed to carry a weight I had never perceived before. What were once merely trails and magnificent landscapes became battlefields between light and darkness, between reason and the supernatural. The first nights after that encounter were restless. I woke up at all hours, enveloped by a chill that was not just the temperature of the air, but something deeper, a sensation that something was watching me. The shadows in the trees seemed denser, and the whispers of the wind now sounded like warnings. I began to notice that with each passing day, more and more visitors were disappearing on the trails, and the pressure on my shoulders increased. It was on one of those mornings, while I was still grappling with what I had learned, that I met Jamie, a young biologist who used to work in the park. He was sitting on a rock, looking worried. As I approached, I noticed that he seemed paler than usual. "Lucas, have you heard the rumors?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. "People are saying that something is happening here, something we can't explain. I've seen strange things on the trails, tracks that don't match anything I know." I knew Jamie had always been a skeptic, so his concerns unsettled me. "What did you see?" I asked, trying to remain calm. "It's hard to explain. Sometimes I feel like something is watching, as if there's a presence. In the marks, they don't look like any known animal. No, I don't know, but I feel like we are being warned." She looked at me, and I saw the fear in his eyes. In that moment, I realized there were more people affected by this unease. Determined to seek answers, I invited Jamie to accompany me to the echoing spring. It was a risky choice, but something inside me knew we needed to understand what was happening. He hesitated, but the determination in my gaze convinced him to join me. When we arrived at the spring, the atmosphere was as charged with tension as it had been the first time I was there. The waters flowed, but the murmur now seemed stronger, almost as if it were communicating. As we examined the area, I noticed something different hanging in the air. It was a familiar scent, but I couldn't identify it. Jamie noticed too, and with the expression of someone who had an epiphany, he said, "It's as if nature is reacting to us. Look." He pointed to the ground, where there were large paw prints, but they didn't belong to any animal we knew. The tracks led into the dense forest, and curiosity propelled us to follow, even with the feeling that we were crossing a dangerous line. As we ventured deeper into the woods, the environment grew increasingly gloomy. The sunlight barely penetrated the tree canopies, and the air felt denser. That's when we began to hear a sound, a distant echo that seemed to be approaching, a lament, as if the very earth was crying. "This can't be normal," Jamie whispered, his face pale. I agreed, but the need to uncover the truth drove me forward. With each step, the shadows seemed to move, and I wondered if what Celine had said was true. Nature was alive, and it was watching us. Suddenly, a movement to our left caught our attention. A skeletal figure, shrouded in an ethereal mist, appeared among the trees, and my heart stopped. It was one of the missing, or at least what remained of him. The man looked at us with empty eyes, a look of despair etched on his face. Don't come here," he shouted, but his voice echoed like a distant whisper. "The spring is a portal. Don't cross the boundaries." The figure vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving us in a state of shock. Jamie and I exchanged glances, fear etched on our faces. That vision was not just a hallucination. It was a warning. We hurriedly returned to the path, but now the forest felt more threatening. The whisper of nature had turned into a deafening scream, and I realized that everything we knew about the park was about to change. The challenges we were facing were not just physical, but spiritual and mental. I began to understand that the line between the real and the supernatural was dissolving, and we were now part of a riddle unfolding before us. With the decision to reveal the truth about the forest's protection, I realized that what Celine had offered me was not just a choice, but a calling. I could not ignore the warnings, and now, more than ever, I needed to act. Nature demanded a guardian, and I was about to discover that this mission would be more complex and dangerous than I had ever imagined. In the days that followed our return from the forest, the atmosphere in Yellowstone grew increasingly oppressive. The nights were marked by nightmares, and during the day, restlessness loomed over me like a dark cloud. Jamie and I decided to investigate further, but with each step we took, reality seemed to warp. The trails we once knew now revealed themselves as labyrinths, and the fauna around us appeared more hostile, as if nature itself were uniting against us. It was a particularly grim morning when we encountered a group of tourists who seemed just as lost as we were. They were gathered at an observation point, speaking in hushed tones, and as we approached, I noticed their faces were pale and their eyes wide. A man, apparently the leader of the group, stared at me with a look of despair. "Did you feel it too?" he asked, his voice trembling, as if something is watching us, as if the trees are alive. Jamie and I exchanged a significant glance. "Yes, something is happening here," I replied, trying to calm them. "We need to stick together and figure out what it is," the woman next to the man with a worried expression added. We went to the echo spring and heard the lamentations. It's as if the very earth is calling for help. Those words echoed in my mind. The connection I had felt at the spring was intensifying, and I wondered if what we were facing was a manifestation of something we could not fully comprehend. The group decided to join us, and together we headed back toward the spring, though a dark foreboding washed over me. When we arrived, the murmur of the waters sounded different, more urgent. The marks left on the ground now appeared more numerous, as if a crowd had passed through. The tension was palpable, and the feeling of being watched intensified with each passing second. Jamie began examining the footprints and soon realized something alarming. "Look, these marks don't follow a defined path. They disperse, and some return to the spring." Jamie's words sliced through the air like a knife. What did this mean? Were we facing a pattern, perhaps a ritual? The idea that the missing people might have been drawn to the spring, like moths to a flame, unsettled me. We needed to act, but how? As we discussed our options, a woman from the group, named Sarah, stepped away and began to murmur to herself. I approached her, concerned. "Sarah, are you okay?" She looked at me, her eyes filled with static energy. I have a connection to this. I always have. When I was a child, my grandfather told stories about nature spirits. He said they held secrets, and that those who did not respect the forest could pay a heavy price. I felt a chill run down my spine. Her grandfather's stories were not just fairy tales, but a warning. "What do you mean by heavy price?" I asked, anxious for answers. "Blood," she replied with a distant look. "The blood of those who do not respect the boundaries. The spring is a portal but also an altar. Those who disappear are being taken to feed the essence of the forest." The group fell silent, absorbing the gravity of the revelation. I looked at Jamie, who was as shocked as I was. This was not just a legend. It was a terrifying truth unfolding before us. We decided that we needed to investigate further the connection between the marks and the disappearances. But as we delved deeper into the forest, the environment became increasingly hostile. The sounds of nature changed, and now the wind seemed to scream our names, as if warning us to turn back. The trees around us closed in, creating a tunnel of shadows that enveloped us. It was then that I spotted a figure moving among the trees. It was a woman, with long white hair that danced in the wind. She turned to us, and I could see that her face was covered by an expression of pain and sorrow. "You shouldn't be here," she said, her voice sounding like an echo. The spring is not a place for the living. Nature is at war, and those who interfere will suffer the consequences. Those words resonated within me. It was as if she were speaking directly to my past, as if I and the forest were connected in some way. I remembered the stories Celine had told about the entities that inhabited the park and their connection to the human world. The woman before us was one of them, and her warning was clear. "We need to leave," I whispered to Jamie, but he was paralyzed, staring at the woman as if hypnotized. "Jamie, now." He finally turned, and the woman's presence began to fade. We ran back down the trail, but the path that had once seemed clear was now tangled. The shadows appeared to stretch, as if trying to ensnare us. Nature was not just alive, it was reacting to our presence, and the struggle for survival had begun. As we ran, I realized that the forest was not just challenging us. It was testing our determination and courage. What Celine had offered me was not just a call, but a responsibility. And now, more than ever, I needed to understand that what was at stake was much greater than I could imagine. The park was alive, and I was about to discover just how deep the abyss was that lay before us. As we ran, the ground beneath our feet seemed to tremble, and the trees whispered in an increasingly loud tone, as if a storm was forming. Panic set in, and the urgency to escape dominated my thoughts. But at the same time, there was a part of me that wanted to understand, that wished to decipher the enigma unfolding before us. With one last look back, I saw the woman with white hair, now further away, but her eyes still fixed on me. I felt an instant connection, as if she were a part of me that I could not recognize. "Jamie, we need to stop," I shouted, pulling him into a clearing we found ahead. The group followed us, breathless and confused. "We need to understand what is happening," Jamie said, his voice trembling. What did she mean by "nature is at war"? Before I could answer, a wave of energy coursed through the air, and the trees around us began to shake violently. A deep roar echoed through the forest, and I realized it wasn't just the wind. There was something ancient, something beyond our comprehension. Fear turned to terror as the shadows began to twist, forming indistinct figures that seemed to dance among the trees. "We can't stay here," Sarah shouted, her eyes wide. But before we could move, a blinding light burst from the source of echoes, illuminating the clearing with a supernatural hue. It was as if the very earth was opening up, revealing a secret that should remain hidden. The light took the shape of a mirror, and as I looked into it, I saw not only our reflection but also glimpses of missing people, trapped in an endless cycle of despair and pain. The images were familiar, faces of tourists and locals who had been swallowed by the forest over the years. I felt a lump in my throat as I recognized a friend who had gone missing months ago. Guilt washed over me like poison, and I realized we were all connected to this tragedy. "This can't be real," I murmured, as reality began to fade around me. The light pulsed, and I could feel the force of the forest calling us, trying to pull us into its terrible embrace. "We can't be part of this." It was then that the woman with white hair suddenly reappeared, now clearer and more imposing. "You must choose," she declared, her voice echoing like thunder. "The source seeks a sacrifice, but it doesn't have to be one of you. If you can understand the true essence of nature, you can reverse the cycle. Otherwise, you will be consumed." What she said etched itself into my mind. A choice. The idea of a sacrifice chilled me. How can we understand if we don't even know what is happening? I asked, my voice faltering. "Look at what has been lost," she replied, extending her hand. A strong wind blew, and the images in the light became sharper. I saw the memories of those who had disappeared, their lives, hopes, and fears. What they had in common was a disregard for the forest, a lack of respect for the beauty and fury it possessed. Then, something lit up in me. "The connection," I said. understanding forming with each word. We must recognize the forest as part of us, not just a mere backdrop for our adventures. The others began to gather around me, and Jamie, with a determined look, said, "We need to unite, make a pact with the forest, so that we understand the mistake we made." The woman nodded, and the light from the source began to change, becoming softer, as if it were waiting for us. "The choice is yours," she stated, and I realized we were facing a critical moment. "Let's commit to caring for and respecting this land," I declared, feeling the strength forming among us. We promise to protect nature and learn from it, rather than exploit it. May our presence here not be a burden, but a legacy. As we spoke, the environment around us began to change. The tension slowly dissipated, and the darkness that surrounded us seemed to retreat. The woman smiled, and the figures that had been dancing in the shadows began to fade, as if the forest were accepting our commitment. But suddenly, a scream cut through the air. Sarah, who had been with us from the beginning, was being pulled into the light. "No, Sarah," I shouted, reaching out to her, but it was too late. The force of the source enveloped her, and she disappeared. "There are no guarantees," the woman said, her expression now somber. "Nature does not forget. The cycle can be interrupted, but the consequences are still severe." Her words echoed in my mind as panic set in again. We had made a decision, but now reality struck us with its harshness. What did it mean for us and for those who had been taken? The struggle for survival was not over, and the forest, now more alive than ever, awaited our next move. The tension was high, and I realized that the battle for our freedom was just beginning. Despair consumed me as the image of Sarah being pulled into the light replayed incessantly in my mind. I knew we couldn't give up, but the feeling of helplessness was overwhelming. The forest around us seemed to breathe, every sound and movement echoing the lament of a wounded nature. I felt I had to act, but what could I do to save my friend and, at the same time, prevent the same fate from reaching us? "We need to do something now," I shouted, my voice filled with urgency. Jamie and the others were paralyzed, their pale faces reflecting the fear that surrounded us. But there was something more, a determination beginning to blossom within me. The connection I had felt with the forest was not just a distant echo. It was a call to action, a responsibility I could not ignore. "We must find the source of echoes again," I proposed, the idea taking shape in my mind. "If we can connect with the forest, maybe we can negotiate Sarah's release." "But what can we offer?" Jamie asked, his eyes widening with concern. "What does the forest really want?" "It wants respect, but it also wants justice," I said, recalling the images I had seen in the light. "It seeks those who have disregarded it, who have treated it as a mere resource. We need to show that we are different, that we don't see it just as a backdrop, but as part of ourselves." The urgency of the moment was palpable. The roar we had heard earlier intensified, as if the forest were responding to our despair. The ground shook beneath our feet once more, and the trees seemed to lean toward us, as if trying to warn us. Time was running out, and the pressure only increased. "Come on, then. We need to go," I shouted, pulling Jamie and the others toward the source. Every step felt like a challenge, as if the very earth were trying to stop us. But determination burned in my chest. We cannot let fear overcome us. As we reached the clearing where the source was, the sight was even more breathtaking than before. The light pulsed with an almost hypnotic intensity, and shadows danced around it. But something had changed. There was a sense of urgency in the air, a warning that the time we had to act was running out. "Sarah," I shouted, hoping my voice would reach her, wherever she was. "We are here. We will bring you back." But the response was a deafening silence, and the weight of despair hit me like a wave. I could not allow myself to succumb. I remembered the connection I had felt before, the strength emanating from the forest. Could it be possible that this same force could help us now? I focused, trying to feel the essence of nature around me, searching for the truth that had been hidden. Listen, I said, turning to the group. We must unite our voices, our intentions. The forest needs to know that we are sincere in our desire to protect it and all who have been lost. Focusing, I closed my eyes and began to speak in a tone I didn't know I had. Forest, we recognize your pain. We understand that our actions have consequences. We ask for forgiveness for those who did not know how to respect you. In the name of Sarah and all who have been taken, we promise to care for and protect this sacred place. The light of the source began to vibrate more strongly, and I felt a wave of energy sweep through the air. The sound of leaves and branches mingled with an almost musical murmur, as if the forest were responding to our devotion. Jamie and the others joined me, their voices rising in unison, a declaration of love and respect for nature. But amid our call, a dark shadow formed before us, a presence that seemed to absorb the light around us. The woman with white hair appeared again, her expression grave. You speak with sincerity, but nature is not easily moved. Sacrifice is a necessary part of balance. We cannot sacrifice anyone else. I shouted, anger and frustration boiling within me. Sarah should not be a price to pay for our ignorance. She stared into my eyes, and I realized that it was not just the forest in danger. It was something much deeper, a reflection of the internal conflicts I carried within myself. The guilt, the fear, and the pain of not having done enough became an overwhelming weight. If there is no sacrifice, the forest will continue to take revenge, she declared, and her words cut through me like a knife. You must decide. What are you willing to lose to save those you love? In that moment, the entire weight of the decision fell on my shoulders. Could we find a solution that didn't require more lives? The battle was not only against the forest, but against my own fears and doubts. The urgency grew, and I knew that every second counted. The horizon was becoming darker, and the echo of nature demanded a response. The heat of tension was palpable, and the presence of the white-haired woman hovered over us like a mantle of despair. The echo of her words reverberated in my mind. What are you willing to lose to save those you love? I knew that sacrifice was at the center of it all, but the idea of losing Sarah, of offering another life at the altar of guilt and fear, was unbearable. The energy of the forest pulsed around me, the heartbeat of the source intensifying, almost like a heart beating frantically. I looked at my friends, their faces reflecting the same anguish that consumed me. We were between life and death, and the choice before us was more than just saving Sarah. It was about confronting the truth that the forest demanded of us. We can't let fear control us, I shouted, my voice echoing in the clearing. We can't sacrifice anyone else. Sarah is a part of us, and we won't let the forest take her. The white-haired woman smiled, but it was not a gentle smile. It was the smile of someone who understood the fragility of hope. So what do you intend to do? Do you think the strength of your will is enough to change the essence of nature? I don't know, I replied, frustration overflowing within me. But I know I'm not the only one here. We all feel, we all have something to offer. If the forest wants respect, then let's show it. Let's unite our voices, our souls, and fight for those we love. The ground beneath us trembled again, and the trees around seemed to lean in, as if paying attention. Chama, with eyes full of determination, began to chant a song, and soon the others joined him, their voices rising in a cry of unity and love. I closed my eyes and let myself be carried away by the melody, feeling the connection with the forest intensifying. The light of the source began to spiral, creating a storm of colors that illuminated the clearing. The white-haired woman hesitated, and I realized that our voices were breaking the darkness around us. The murmur of the forest transformed into a deafening roar, a storm of raw and primordial emotions. It was as if nature itself was fighting against its chains, seeking liberation. But suddenly, the shadow that had been moving at the edges of the clearing intensified. A dark form rose, absorbing the light and sound, an entity that seemed to be the very embodiment of despair. Its eyes glowed with deep hatred, and a dark laughter echoed through the air. "Do you think you can challenge the cycle?" the entity whispered, its voice like a chilling wind. "The forest does not forgive. It demands sacrifices to maintain balance. And you, young one, what are you willing to lose?" A chill ran down my spine. The truth was before me, and I knew that the choice was not just about Sarah. It was about my fears, my weaknesses, and what I was willing to face. What did I truly value? I looked at my friends, at the light of the source pulsing, and understood that true strength was not in sacrificing someone, but in uniting our voices and hearts. "I will not sacrifice Sarah," I shouted, my voice echoing with renewed certainty. "But I am willing to fight for her. The forest needs justice, and we can give it that." The entity began to rise, and the light of the source exploded into a blinding brightness. The sound of our voices rose in a cry, a declaration of love and respect. The shadow stretched, trying to envelop us, but the strength of our unity began to dissolve it. The white-haired woman looked at me, and in her eyes, I saw a glimpse of understanding. "Whatever you choose, be prepared to face the consequences." In that instant, a wave of energy hit the clearing. The light of the source shot up to the sky, and I felt something deep inside me align. The entity screamed, a deafening sound that reverberated through the forest. But we did not back down. Our voices became one, a hymn of resistance and love. And then, in a moment of clarity, I felt that the choice was not just mine. It was all of ours. We were the forest, and the forest was us. The connection we sought was not a trade of lives, but a pact of respect and protection. I looked to the sky, and amidst the chaos, I saw an emerging light, a renewed hope. "In the name of Sarah and all those we love, we promise to care for you, forest, not as conquerors, but as guardians." With those words, the shadow began to dissipate, and the entity screamed in agony. The light of the source exploded in a blinding brilliance, and I knew we had broken the cycle. The forest responded, its trees rising and the wind whispering in gratitude. The presence of the white-haired woman dissolved, and the clearing was filled with a deep peace. The echo of our voices faded into the air, and I fell to my knees, exhausted but relieved. Sarah was free, and we were now part of that forest, not as invaders, but as its protectors. Despair had transformed into hope, and the struggle we faced was not in vain. The connection we established was eternal, and the forest pulsed with life around us. I fell to my knees, exhausted, as the light of the source pulsed like a distant echo in my chest. The air around me seemed to vibrate, and the clearing, once shrouded in despair, now emanated an almost palpable serenity. But the battle we fought had left deep marks on me, both physical and emotional. My hands trembled, and the adrenaline that had once propelled me was now dissipating, leaving only an overwhelming fatigue. I looked at my friends, each of them still breathing heavily, but with the expression of those who had faced the impossible. Jamie was by my side, his gaze lost somewhere in the distance, as if trying to process what we had just experienced. The weight of the responsibility we now carried was palpable. We were no longer just young adventurers, guardians of an ancient secret, parts of a cycle we never imagined we would have to defend. The forest around us seemed to breathe, as if recovering from the storm we had just unleashed. The leaves whispered among themselves, and the sound of life pulsed in every corner. But there was an underlying sadness, a consciousness that not all questions had been answered. What was that entity really? What else was lurking in the shadows of the forest? I knew that, despite our triumph, something in me had changed forever. The feeling of relief mingled with the profound emptiness and anguish that accompanied me. The gaze of the white-haired woman still haunted me. Her expression of understanding and sorrow was etched in my mind. There was a wisdom in her, an understanding of what it meant to make difficult choices and deal with the consequences. I could not simply forget the pain I had witnessed, nor the intensity of the struggle we had just faced. The battle had not been merely a physical fight, but an emotional journey that left me marked. I slowly got to my feet, feeling every muscle ache, as if the weight of the forest was now on my shoulders. Sarah was free, but at what cost? I looked up at the sky, where the sun was beginning to set, casting a golden light over the trees. It was beautiful, but at the same time, a reminder that this beauty could be as treacherous as the darkness we had faced. How could I enjoy it knowing that there would always be something lurking, something that could return? "We're in this together," Jamie said, breaking the silence. His voice sounded firm, but there was a hesitation that could not be ignored. He too was grappling with the invisible scars we now shared. We had faced the darkness, but it still left its marks. "Yes," I replied, but the word felt empty. What did it mean to be together when the reality we knew no longer existed? The forest, now so alive, seemed to hold secrets we were unable to understand. And the truth was that the connection we had established was not just a blessing, but also a burden. There was a weight in knowing that, even with Sarah by our side, the forest would demand something from us in the future. The feeling of being watched grew within me, a persistent echo of the struggle we had fought. I could sense the presence of the forest, as if it were constantly assessing our intentions. What had once seemed a place of beauty now had a strange duality. It was a home, but also a prison, and I didn't know how to balance that. As we began to move away from the clearing, a part of me wanted to look back at the source, which now shone with a soft and welcoming light. But I also knew that, somewhere in the shadows, the entity could still be present, waiting for the right moment to return. The cycle we thought we had broken might not be completely over. And this uncertainty, this feeling that danger could return at any moment, would be my new reality. As we walked toward the edge of the forest, I realized that the journey that had started as a simple quest for Sarah had transformed into something much greater. I would no longer be the same person. The weight of the choices I made, the sacrifice that almost occurred, and the battle against the darkness would shape who I was from that day forward. And as the sun set, I knew that while we had won a battle, the war against our own fears and the nature of the unknown was far from over. As we walked through the forest, a feeling of unease accompanied me. The sound of life around us was no longer a cheerful melody, but a dark tune echoing in my mind. The sunlight was fading, and the shadows were stretching, as if the forest itself was aware of what had happened and was waiting for the right moment to reveal its darkest secrets. The path we followed was littered with dry leaves, and each step seemed to echo in an unsettling silence. Each of us carried our own wounds, both physical and emotional. We were survivors, but at what cost? What I had done, the decisions I had made, were not just marks on my body. They were scars on my soul. What could I say to Sarah now that she was free? I wanted everything to go back to the way it was before, but I knew that was impossible. The image of the white-haired woman haunted me again. Her gaze, filled with pain and wisdom, seemed to tell me that the real battle was not against the entity we faced, but against the internal demons each of us carried. What did it truly mean to be a guardian? The responsibility that now weighed on our shoulders was not just about protecting the forest, but also about dealing with the consequences of our actions. "Are you okay?" Jamie asked, his voice sounding distant, as if he were struggling against his own internal storms. "We made it. We did," I repeated. But the words didn't seem to fit the reality. What was a victory when darkness still loomed over us? I looked at Sarah, who was walking a few steps ahead, her pale face reflecting the struggle we had just endured. She was our friend, but also a victim of this conflict. I wanted to protect her, but how could I do that when I could barely protect myself? When we finally reached the edge of the forest, the sunlight was bidding farewell, plunging the world into deep twilight. The sky was tinged with orange and purple, a beauty that felt ironic in light of what we had just experienced. The forest, now behind us, seemed to pulse with life and mystery, its dark shadows whispering promises that it was not over yet. That feeling of being watched did not fade. It was almost as if the forest was testing us, assessing our determination and courage. I knew that what we had experienced was just a part of something much larger, something beyond my understanding, and the truth hit me like a punch in the stomach. The darkness was not just external, but also a part of me. The fear, the doubt, the sadness, all were part of the journey that was now just beginning. So, as the last light of day faded, a new determination blossomed within me. I could not ignore what had happened. I needed to face my fears, not just for myself, but for my friends and for the forest we now called home. Whatever was lurking, I knew I could not hide. The battle within me might be the hardest of all, but I was not willing to give up. "Let's go," I said, taking a deep breath. "We need to understand what's happening. We can't leave it like this." And as I turned to look at the forest one last time, I realized that the shadows were not just darkness. They were also possibilities. The future was uncertain, but I was ready to face it. And so, with a new purpose, I left the clearing behind, determined to discover not just what was in the world around us, but also what existed within me. For the true journey was not just for Sarah or for the forest, but for myself. And I knew that as long as we walked together, we could face any shadow that approached. Now, I invite you to reflect on your own journeys. What shadows have you faced? What fears are still to come? Share your stories and experiences in the comments. Let's explore these narratives together. For each of us carries a light that can shine even in the darkness. If you felt touched by this story, like and subscribe so we can continue this journey together. What awaits you around the next bend? The time to act is now. Let's move forward. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky with shades of orange and purple, when the question crossed my mind. What if the park I loved so much held secrets I was never meant to discover? Working as a ranger in Redwood National Park, I had always believed that the stories whispered among the trees were just legends. But as night approached, a sense of unease began to settle in my heart. It was as if the shadows were stretching, watching, waiting. That night, while I was doing my usual rounds, something unusual happened. The gentle breeze turned into a biting wind that seemed to whisper my name, and suddenly, I found myself paralyzed in front of a trail I had never noticed before. It was narrow and covered in dry leaves, and the darkness seemed to swallow it whole. An invisible force was pulling me, an irresistible curiosity battling against my instinct to turn back. What could be hidden there, beyond the dense forest and the gloom? My name is Ethan, and I am a dedicated ranger, passionate about nature and all it has to offer. However, there was something about me that always felt out of place, as if I were living a life that wasn't entirely my own. Childhood dreams of exploring the unknown were often overshadowed by the routine of everyday life, until that night presented me with an opportunity to rediscover not only the park but myself as well. The trees around me seemed to murmur, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to happen. I followed the trail, where the shadows danced and the moonlight filtered in oddly, creating shapes that seemed to move. It was then that I heard a strange noise, as if something was dragging through the foliage. My heart raced. What could it be? Curiosity pushed me forward, and I soon found myself in a clearing. In the center stood an old wooden cabin, covered in moss and vines. The place appeared abandoned, but there was a sense that something or someone still inhabited that space. My instincts screamed for me to back away, but the urge to understand what was happening was stronger. I cautiously stepped inside the cabin, and the smell of mold and rotting wood filled the air. The walls were covered in strange drawings and symbols I didn't recognize. My gaze fixed on an object in the corner, a wooden box adorned with intricate carvings. When I opened it, a cold wind swept through the room, and inside was a dusty journal. The pages were filled with accounts from a ranger who had disappeared years ago. He spoke of visions, shadows that followed him, and a presence watching him in the quiet nights. With each word I read, I felt a chill run down my spine. That story was not just a narrative. It was a warning. I looked out the window and realized that the darkness had intensified, as if the park were closing in around me. The journal mentioned a legend about a creature that fed on the fear of visitors, something that lurked in the depths of the forest. The thought that this entity might be watching me now made me tremble. The urgency to leave grew, but at the same time, a voice inside me whispered that I needed to understand what was happening. As I stepped out of the cabin, the air was heavy, and the forest felt alive, pulsing with an energy I had never felt before. The trees leaned in, as if trying to warn me. The moonlight shone brightly, but the shadows grew longer, more threatening. I began to hear distant laughter, echoes of something that didn't belong to that reality. Survival instinct kicked in, and I ran back down the trail, my heart racing. But the shadows seemed to follow me, and every step I took echoed in a deadly silence. The park, which had once been my sanctuary, had now transformed into a labyrinth of nightmares. I reached my car, but the feeling that something was about to catch up with me was overwhelming. I started the engine, and as the vehicle's lights illuminated the road, a pale figure suddenly appeared before me. A choked scream escaped my throat. It was as if the park itself was trying to warn me, to protect me from something I couldn't comprehend. I drove down the winding road, still in shock, and as I distanced myself from the park, a certainty settled in my heart. Whatever was lurking in the shadows of Redwood would never cease to exist. And somehow, I knew that the story of that night was far from over. When I finally left the park behind, adrenaline was still pulsing through my veins. However, the feeling of relief was quickly replaced by a deep unease. What had I found in that cabin? What else could be hidden among the shadows of Redwood? The questions piled up in my mind, and I knew I couldn't simply ignore what had happened. In the following days, my work as a ranger became a constant struggle against the temptation to return to the park. I tried to focus on my daily tasks, but every time I looked out the office window, the image of the cabin and the journal haunted my mind. That Friday, I decided I needed answers. I couldn't allow myself to live with this fear, and perhaps by confronting it, I could finally understand what was really going on. I met with Sam, an old friend and fellow ranger. He had always been skeptical about the park's legends, but I knew I needed someone I could trust. As I told him about the journal and the strange experiences I had, I noticed a shadow cross his face. "Ethan, you know these stories have a grain of truth, right?" He hesitated, looking at the ground. "I've heard rumors of disappearances, of people who were never seen again after entering that part of the forest. No one talks about it, but it was too late. Curiosity had infiltrated me, and I knew I couldn't stay away. With Sam's help, we planned a new expedition. The idea was simple: return to the cabin, investigate further, and maybe discover what had happened to the missing ranger. On the designated night, the sky was clear and the moon shone brightly. The atmosphere was almost magical, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to go wrong. Sam and I followed the trail, and as we approached the clearing, the air seemed to change. The forest was silent, as if holding its breath. When we finally reached the cabin, the door creaked as we opened it, revealing the dark, dusty interior. The journal was still there, and I picked it up, hoping it could provide more clues. As we examined it, something caught our attention. A symbol we hadn't noticed before, etched into the wooden table. It was a circle with intersecting lines, and upon touching it, an intense cold coursed through my body. "Have you seen this before, Sam?" I asked, but he shook his head, visibly uneasy. "No, but this is new. It doesn't look like a protection symbol." At that moment, we heard a noise coming from outside, as if something was moving in the shadows. Sam and I exchanged glances, anxiety growing between us. "Let's take a look," I suggested, trying to stay calm. However, when we stepped outside, the wind seemed to whisper, and the trees swayed in an unsettling manner. The darkness thickened around us, and the forest seemed to come alive. Shadows began to move, distorted and threatening. Fear tightened in my chest, but curiosity still pushed me forward. It was then that we noticed the marks in the ground. Footprints, but they weren't from any animal I knew. They were large and uneven, leading deeper into the forest. "We should follow," Sam said, his voice hesitant. But before I could respond, a high-pitched laugh echoed among the trees, freezing us in place. It was a chilling, distorted laugh full of malice. Panic overtook me, and I felt a growing pressure in the air, as if something was about to reveal itself. "We need to get out of here," I pleaded, but Sam seemed hypnotized by the direction of the footprints. "Ethan, this could be the key. We might discover what happened to the ranger." But as he spoke, the laughter intensified, and a massive shadow emerged among the trees. It was as if the forest itself was rising against us. There was a presence I couldn't identify, but I felt it clearly. An ancient and malevolent force that fed on fear and doubt. That night was no longer a simple exploration. Something much deeper was at play. What was that spirit or creature that fed on our fears? And why had I been chosen to face it? The mystery of the park was becoming a matter of life or death, and I didn't know if I was ready for what was about to happen. As I pulled away, dragging Sam along with me, I realized that the darkness of the park wasn't just physical, but also a darkness that twisted within me. Something told me that no matter where I went, that presence would never let me rest. The legends I had ignored were not mere stories. They were warnings, and now I was more entangled than I ever imagined. The darkness seemed to crawl, sliding between the trees like a dense and malicious fog. Sam and I moved away from the cabin, and the pressure in the air increased with every step we took. Laughter echoed in my ears, a laugh that seemed to know everything about me, all my insecurities and fears. It was as if the forest was mocking our courage. "We need to follow the tracks," Sam insisted, his voice tense. He seemed to be in a trance, drawn by the possibility of uncovering the truth behind those marks. But I knew something was wrong. Whatever was lurking in the shadows was not something we should provoke. The feeling of being watched intensified, and I couldn't help but look back. "Sam, this isn't just a legend," I said, my voice trembling. "It could be much more dangerous than we imagine." He hesitated, but curiosity shone in his eyes. "What if we find answers? What if we discover what happened to the ranger? We can't just ignore this." I couldn't argue any further. The desire to know, to understand, was strong, and I felt myself being pulled into an abyss I couldn't escape. We followed the tracks, which delved deeper into the forest. Each step seemed to take us further away from the safety of what we knew. The vegetation became denser, the trees taller, and the moonlight barely penetrated the shroud of shadows. The silence was deafening, broken only by the sound of our own hearts beating out of sync. Then suddenly I saw something else, a silhouette in the distance, an indistinct shape moving between the trees. My heart stopped for a moment. It was a tall figure, shrouded in dark mist, almost ethereal. "Sam, are you seeing this?" I whispered, but he was so focused on the tracks that he didn't notice. "Let's keep going," he said without looking back, but I couldn't move. The figure seemed to be approaching, and I was paralyzed by fear. The laughter echoed again, closer now, and a cold sensation ran down my spine. What was that? What was about to happen? I decided we couldn't go any further. "Sam, we need to go back. This isn't right." But when I turned around, he was no longer by my side. My heart raced. "Sam," I shouted, but the forest swallowed my scream. The darkness seemed to close in around me, and panic took hold. He had vanished. As I searched for him, the presence I had felt earlier intensified. The atmosphere grew heavy, as if the forest itself was preparing to engulf me. The laughter was now deafening, reverberating against the trees. "You can't escape," it seemed to say, and I felt something approaching, something that did not belong to this world. I tried to concentrate, but the forest was a labyrinth. Every tree seemed to move, every shadow seemed to come alive. Then I saw it. On the ground around me there were more marks, and they were not just footprints. They were symbols, the same ones I had seen in the cabin, etched into the earth. What did that mean? What was being summoned? And it was at that moment that Sam's image appeared before me, that something was wrong. He was pale, his eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost. "Ethan, you need to listen," he shouted, his voice echoing with a desperation I had never heard before. "The cabin, it's not what it seems. The journal. It contains information about ancient rituals, something that should not be summoned." The truth hit me like a blow. The journal was not just a curiosity, but a portal to something much darker. "Sam, are you saying that something was called?" The words barely left my mouth, but he nodded, the panic in his eyes telling me everything I needed to know. "We need to get out of here, Ethan. Whatever is moving in the forest is getting closer. Something has been awakened, and it's feeding on our fear." With an effort, I managed to compose myself. I knew we needed to act quickly. "Let's go back to the cabin and burn the journal. It's the only way to end this." As we ran, the forest seemed to grow increasingly hostile. The presence that was once subtle was now palpable, and I could feel its gaze fixed on us. But there was something else, a voice whispering in the back of my mind, a strange connection to that force. It was as if I was being called, drawn to something I couldn't comprehend. We arrived back at the cabin, and the door creaked as we opened it. The interior was exactly as we left it, but the journal seemed to pulse with a dark energy. Sam picked up a match but hesitated. "What if this doesn't work? What if it calls even more?" I had to force myself to act. The only way to know is to try. With a swift motion, I yanked the journal from his hands and threw it on the ground. The fire spread quickly, and smoke began to fill the air. But before I could breathe a sigh of relief, a wave of cold swept through the room, and the laughter returned, louder and closer than ever. I believed it was not just the forest that was alive. It was something much deeper, something that had fed on the pain and suffering of all those who had disappeared. And now we were part of its story. "Sam, we're in danger," I shouted as shadows began to form around us. The fight for survival had become a race against time, and I knew that if we didn't find a way to escape, we would never see the dawn again. The fire began to crackle, and the flames danced around the diary as if they were eager to consume its contents. The smell of burning paper filled the air, but the laughter echoing in the cabin seemed to intensify, as if the entity itself was enjoying our struggle. The environment around us grew darker with each passing second. "Ethan, look!" Sam shouted, pointing at the window. I turned and saw the figure again, now closer than before. It was tall and skeletal, with long limbs that twisted in an unnatural way. Its eyes glowed a deep red, as if absorbing light instead of emitting it. Panic overtook me, and the feeling that we were cornered intensified. "We need to get out now," I shouted, but before we could move, the cabin door slammed shut with a bang, as if an invisible force was holding it shut. The sound of the wind outside the cabin became a wail, a song of anguish that permeated the air and enveloped us in despair. "Ethan, listen," Sam insisted, his voice almost lost in the turmoil. "The laughter. It's not just the spirit. It's as if something is feeding off our energy, our very essence." His words resonated within me. The truth began to form in my mind like a vague image becoming clearer. That entity didn't just want to scare us. It wanted to consume us. The diary, with its rituals, might have been a portal, but now it seemed we were the targets of something much more malevolent. "Sam, what did you find in the diary?" I asked, as the figure outside seemed to writhe in a hypnotic rhythm. "What else did it say?" He hesitated, eyes wide. "It talked about a summoning ritual, something that could bring forth the essence of lost souls, but there was a clause, something like a bond. For every soul it took, another had to be offered." Horror settled in my stomach. "You're saying that we are the next victims? That we have to offer a soul to escape?" The idea was unbearable, but the logic was undeniable. The laughter intensified, and I realized the entity was reveling in it, as if aware of our impending doom. "We can't let this happen," Sam shouted, and I saw the determination in his eyes. "If the entity needs a soul, maybe we can use that to our advantage. If we're quick, we might find a way to escape before it realizes what we're doing." But as we spoke, the environment around us began to change. The walls of the cabin seemed to close in, and the space around us became increasingly claustrophobic. The symbols on the floor began to glow with a bluish light, pulsing in sync with the laughter, as if responding to the entity's presence. "Ethan, go. I'll try to distract it," Sam said, pushing me toward the door. "You need to get out and find help." "No, I won't leave you here," I shouted, but he was determined. His expression was a mix of courage and desperation. He knew our only chance was if I could escape and seek help. Before I could argue further, he turned and shouted at the figure in the darkness. "You can't have us. We won't be your souls." The entity seemed to hesitate, and in a moment of clarity, I noticed the laughter diminishing. It was as if Sam was challenging the creature, and that gave me a glimmer of hope. But it didn't last long. The figure lunged forward, and I saw the terror on Sam's face as the darkness closed in around him. "Sam," I shouted, but the door opened with overwhelming force, throwing me out of the cabin. The cold of the night hit me like a wave, and I found myself in the forest, surrounded by shadows and whispers. Whatever was happening inside the cabin was now irreversible. With my heart in my throat, I ran through the forest, not looking back. The connection I felt with the entity seemed to intensify, as if it were following me, calling me back. But something inside me refused to give in. I didn't know if Sam was still alive or if he had become the offering that thing desired. But one thing was clear. I couldn't let the story end like this. As I ran, I promised myself that I would return, that I would confront that entity and do everything to save Sam. But as the forest grew denser and the shadows deeper, a new reality took shape in my understanding. The true battle was just beginning, and I might be the next victim. The forest seemed alive, its trees moving as if they breathed with a malevolent purpose. Fear pulsed through my veins as I ran, the sound of the entity's laughter echoing in my mind, as if it were mocking my attempt to escape. The darkness was not just an absence of light. It was a palpable presence, a force pressing against my body and mind, trying to pull me back to the cabin, to Sam. Urgency consumed me. I needed a solution. Sam needed me. But how could I confront her? This entity that fed on fear and despair. The words of the journal still echoed in my mind. A soul offered for freedom. This was the dark truth that loomed over me, and the idea of sacrificing someone, even if it was a spirit, repulsed me. I couldn't allow the story to end like this. As I ran, I tried to recall the details from the journal that Sam and I had read. There was a mention of a pacification ritual, but I couldn't remember the details. The memory felt distant, like a shadow hiding in the mists of my mind. What I needed was a plan, a way to confront the entity without sacrificing Sam or myself. My legs were tired, and the darkness seemed to close in around me. Each step took me further into the unknown. The sounds of the forest were oppressive, with whispers that seemed to call my name, trying to steer me off my path. Doubt began to infiltrate my mind. Was it truly possible to face that? What if the only way out was what the journal mentioned? What if I had to sacrifice myself? The idea of surrendering to the entity was unbearable. But at the same time, I couldn't ignore the possibility that this might be the only way to save Sam. The internal battle grew more intense with each moment. I found myself torn between the need to act and the despair that consumed me. What would be more redemptive? To fight and risk losing everything, or to yield and seek a way to appease the entity? I stopped, a knot forming in my throat. The laughter still echoed in my mind, but now, inside me, another voice began to rise. It was the memory of Sam, his words, his determination. He wasn't willing to give up, and I couldn't do that to him now. If there was a way forward, it had to be one that gave us a chance to leave together. Resolute, I began to walk back, not to the cabin, but to the clearing where we had found the journal. Whatever the entity wanted from us, I needed more information, and the journal was the key. The moonlight filtered through the trees, and I followed it, determined to find the clearing again. The air was charged with a strange energy, and the shadow of the entity seemed to follow me, but I resolved to ignore the growing fear. As I reached the clearing, the journal was there, lying on the ground, as if waiting for me. I picked it up and began to frantically flip through the pages, hoping to find something that would help. The pages were scorched, but some parts were still legible. There were instructions for a pacification ritual, a way to offer something to the entity without sacrificing a life. It was a chance. With the journal in hand, I turned to the darkness around me. The entity's laughter intensified again, and I knew it was aware of my presence. I shouted, "I am not afraid of you. I am not an offering. You cannot have me." The response was a wave of cold that cut through the air, and the skeletal figure appeared before me, closer than ever. Its red eyes glowed with insatiable hunger, and I felt terror engulf me. But in that moment, I realized that the true battle was against my own fear. Confronting the entity was not just a physical struggle. It was an internal confrontation. With the instructions from the journal in mind, I began to recite the words of the ritual. The energy around me began to change, and the shadows seemed to hesitate. I do not offer a soul, but a pact, a chance for freedom for both of us. I shouted, feeling courage swell within me. The laughter began to turn into a scream, and the figure hesitated. The words flowed from my mouth, each one stronger than the last. The entity recoiled, and I sensed that perhaps I had truly found a way to appease it. But time was running out, and I knew I needed to complete the ritual before the entity recovered. "Sam, if you are there, if you can hear me, I am fighting for us," I cried, my voice echoing in the darkness. The connection to my friend felt like the only thing keeping me steady. The laughter turned into a wail, and the shadows seemed to falter. With each word I spoke, the shadows around me began to dissipate, and the figure of the entity became less defined. But the fear was still there, trying to pull me down, trying to make me give up. I needed more strength, more determination. I will not surrender. We will get through this together, I shouted, and in that moment, a wave of bluish light began to envelop the clearing, as if responding to my determination. It was now or never. The battle was intensifying, and I needed to win, not just for my life, but for Sam's. The darkness stirred around me, and the figure of the entity was now just a few meters away, its presence oppressive, like a shroud of horror enveloping me. I felt my courage waver for a moment, but the memory of Sam brought me back to reality. He was out there, somewhere, and I could not let him succumb to this malevolent force. The shadows seemed to dance, responding to my determination, but the laughter, now transformed into screams of rage and despair, filled the air, reverberating in every fiber of my being. The entity was feeding on my fear, and I knew I needed to confront it with something stronger. Taking a deep breath, I refocused on the words of the ritual. I am not a sacrifice. I am a man determined to save his friend. The bluish light grew, pulsing with each word I recited. The entity hesitated, but its fury was palpable, and I knew it would not give up easily. The skeletal figure writhed as if it were struggling against something that kept it tethered to this world. You cannot have Sam. He is not your toy. We are not your victims. The environment around us began to distort. The trees, once menacing, now seemed to lean towards me, as if cheering for my victory. The energy of the clearing vibrated, and I could feel a growing power within me. But the entity, in its rage, unleashed a wave of darkness, and I was almost knocked down. The biting cold felt as if it wanted to drag me into the depths of despair. No, I shouted, raising my voice above the storm of emotions surrounding me. You cannot bring me down. You cannot control my mind. And with that, I decided not only to fight against the entity, but also to confront my own fear. The idea of sacrificing myself, of yielding to the darkness, was not an option. I chose the light, I chose Sam, and I chose life. The words of the ritual began to flow from me, no longer merely a recitation, but a battle cry. The bluish energy exploded around me, and I felt the strength of the connection with Sam, as if he were right there beside me, fighting with me. Sam, if you can hear me, I am here. Let's do this together. The entity, now clearly weakened, let out a deafening scream that resonated through the forest. But I did not back down. Every word I spoke seemed to cut the chains that bound it to this world. The shadows began to dissipate, and the figure of the entity became more translucent, like an image on a screen losing connection. You are nothing without the fear you create, I declared, my voice firm. At that moment, I realized that the entity was not just an evil being. It was a manifestation of collective fear, a shadow of the traumas and fears that people carried. And I could not allow this to continue. I am not your prisoner. You have no power over me. With each word, the light around me grew, and the clearing began to shine brightly, as if nature itself was joining me. The trees whispered, and the wind carried the energy of the ritual, transforming it into a wave of light that surrounded the entity. It screamed again, this time with a mix of rage and despair, as its body began to fade away. The battle was not just physical. It was a fight for Sam's soul and for my own sanity. And in a moment of clarity, I realized that the key to defeating the entity lay in accepting the truth. Fear could not control me. I will not let you win. You will not feed on anyone's fear any longer. With one last scream, I raised the journal above my head, and in a gesture of defiance, I uttered the final words of the ritual with all the strength I had. I offer courage. I offer hope. And I demand that you leave. A wave of light exploded from the journal, flooding the clearing and enveloping the entity in a blinding glow. It screamed one last time, a sound of agony and anger, before being swallowed by the light. The shadows dissipated, and the darkness retreated, as if it had been banished forever. I stood there, breathless, adrenaline coursing through my veins. Silence took over the place, and the clearing now seemed a sacred space. The connection with Sam was stronger than ever, and I knew he was safe. I had faced the darkness and won, not just for my life, but for his as well. With one last look at the now resplendent journal, I smiled. The power of fear had been dismantled, and I was ready to find Sam and bring our world back to normal. The forest, once threatening, now felt like a place of rebirth, and I felt hope blooming in my heart. The clearing now pulsed with an almost surreal calm, but inside me, the storm of emotions still raged. The confrontation with the entity had left deep scars, both physical and emotional. I was exhausted. Every muscle in my body cried out for rest, and an unbearable weakness settled in my legs. As I leaned against a tree, my breath heavy and ragged, I realized that the battle had transformed me in ways I still could not comprehend. The journal, now silent and radiant, was in my hands like a talisman, but its weight was a constant reminder of what I had faced. The fear that had once dominated me was now a scar that would not fade. Even though I had defeated the entity, the echo of its laughter and the screams of despair still reverberated in my mind, like a dark chant, a memory that refused to be erased. I had managed to save Sam, but at a cost I could not measure. I walked toward the place where I believed he might be, my heart racing with intertwined hope and fear. The forest around me seemed to have changed, as if the very living beings around me were aware of what had happened. The trees, once threatening, now whispered in a gentle tone, almost as if they were trying to comfort me. But the beauty of the place could not heal the wounds that had opened inside me. The feeling that something was still there, hidden in the shadows, never completely left me. When I finally found Sam, he was slumped against a tree, a look of confusion and relief on his face upon seeing me. I rushed to him, but even in that moment of joy, a part of me couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness could return. He was alive, but I knew that the battle we had faced was not just physical. It had left a mark on both of us. Sam looked at me with gratitude, but also a shadow of fear in his eyes, as if he had glimpsed something he shouldn't have. "You made it," he said, his voice trembling. I felt something, but I couldn't understand. I hesitated, knowing I couldn't fully explain what had happened. "Yes, I made it, but it's not the end. The entity, it's not just a shadow. It's a reflection of the fear we all carry." Sam's expression became more serious, and for a moment, it seemed that he understood. What I had faced was not just a fight against a supernatural force. It was a battle against the demons that inhabited our own minds. And even though the entity had been banished, the fear it personified might never completely disappear. As we walked back together, the forest felt different. The shadows moved in peculiar ways, as if they were watching. I couldn't forget what I had seen, the truths that had been revealed. The feeling of being watched, of something lurking, would never leave me. It was as if the darkness I had faced had left a fragment of itself within me. The way back felt longer, and the emotional scars we now carried were evident. There was a new tension between us, a silent understanding that, though we had survived, we were different. The laughter and lightness we once shared were now buried beneath the weight of what we had endured. As we reached the edge of the forest, the sun was setting on the horizon, painting the sky orange and purple. It was a magnificent sight, but even the beauty felt strange, as if the light was trying to hide the truth. I knew this was a new reality, one that left us with more questions than answers. What had really happened? Was the entity truly defeated or just waiting for its next opportunity? When we finally left the forest behind, a part of me remained forever trapped in that place. In the shadows I had faced and the light I had invoked, the echo of the battle still resonated in my mind, and even though we had managed to save ourselves, I knew that darkness was never far away. The struggle had changed everything, and I could not go back to being who I was before. Hope and fear now coexisted within me, and the future seemed a mystery I still needed to unravel. We crossed the border of the forest, and the setting sun enveloped us in a warm embrace, but I still felt the chill of the darkness we had left behind. With each step, the weight of the journal in my hand felt heavier, as if the words written in it were laden with experiences I still didn't fully understand. What had really happened? What did all of this mean for us? Questions lingered in my mind, but I knew the answers were still hidden in the shadows. Sam walked beside me, his presence a constant reminder that the struggle had not been in vain. But the expression on his face indicated that he was also battling his own demons, and this silent connection united us in ways we had never imagined before. We had faced terror together, but what did that mean for our future? There was something profoundly transformative about our experience, but there was also a weight that had settled between us, an abyss of understanding that still needed to be crossed. As we moved away from the forest, a gentle breeze blew, bringing with it the scent of earth and damp leaves. It was a familiar smell, but now it carried a new connotation, a reminder that nature could be both a refuge and a battleground. I looked at Sam, searching his features for some clue about what he was feeling, but his expressions were as confused as mine. His gaze drifted, as if he were trying to escape a truth he didn't want to face. "Do you think she will come back?" he asked, the insecurity in his voice breaking the silence that surrounded us. I felt a lump in my throat. The answer I wanted to give dissolved into a cloud of uncertainty. I don't know. What we faced was more than just a simple monster. It was a reflection, and reflections can multiply. The truth I was trying to articulate was heavy, but I couldn't ignore it. The darkness we faced had not been defeated. It had merely receded, waiting for a new opportunity to manifest. As the sun bid farewell, a longer shadow stretched over us, and the night seemed to approach in haste. I knew that darkness was not just a physical place. It inhabited our memories, our fears, and our insecurities. And as I looked toward the horizon, I realized that this battle would not be the last. The fight against the darkness was far from over. It was just beginning. Yet, there was a thread of hope that began to intertwine with the fear. The experience had united us in a way I had never imagined. We had faced the entity, and, as much as the darkness was still present, we had learned to fight together. I couldn't change what had happened, but I could choose how to react to it. We could decide to support each other, even when the shadows loomed again. In light of all this, my reflections deepened. Life is a constant dance between light and shadow, and true courage lies not only in facing fear, but in recognizing it and still moving forward. And as we walked toward the unknown, I realized that, no matter how terrifying it was, the path was also an opportunity to become stronger. Thus, as we left the forest behind, a new determination blossomed within me. It wasn't just about surviving. It was about living fully, even in the midst of fear. The journal, now an extension of myself, had become a symbol of the journey we were still to face. I could not allow the darkness to define who I was. I invite you to accompany me on this journey, to reflect on your own fears and challenges. What have you been facing? How have you been dealing with your own shadows? Share your experiences in the comments, for the exchange of stories is a powerful way to confront what haunts us. And if you felt moved by the story, like and subscribe to the channel. Together, we can explore more stories that challenge us and inspire us to find light, even in the darkest hours. The struggle continues, and I want you by my side. It was an especially quiet night in Shenandoah National Park, where shadows danced under the soft light of the full moon. I, a dedicated ranger, felt restless, as if the forest was whispering secrets I wasn't prepared to hear. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding, something that made me question what truly dwells in the depths of these ancient trees. The stories of mysterious disappearances and unexplained sightings hung over me like a fog, and in that moment, I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was watching me. As the hours passed, memories of old ghost tales and urban legends filled my mind. The voices of other rangers echoed in my memory, warnings about the nights when reality slipped into the supernatural. The disappearances of visitors, which seemed so distant in my records, now became personal. I was about to discover that the tales of a lost town in the forests of Shenandoah were not just stories to scare children, but a quest that could cost much more than I could imagine. That night, I decided to explore a less traveled section of the park, where the trees formed a dense green canopy that seemed to protect unspeakable secrets. With a flashlight in hand and my heart racing, I ventured down a path covered in dry leaves, each step echoing like a call to those who had vanished. The silence was so profound that my own thoughts became a deafening noise, and the darkness seemed to close in around me. As I walked, I spotted something in the distance. A faint light flickered between the trees, like a lost beacon in a sea of shadows. Inexplicably drawn to it, I followed the light, feeling a mix of fear and curiosity pulsing through my veins. What would I find there? A simple misjudgment or the key to a mystery that transcends time? Getting closer, I realized the light was emanating from a small clearing. In the center stood an ancient structure, covered in moss and entwined with roots. It was a cabin, but not just any cabin. Its walls seemed to whisper stories of a forgotten past. My instincts screamed for me to turn back, but something within me, an uncontrollable curiosity, pushed me forward. Upon entering, the temperature dropped. The air was heavy, laden with a strange and unsettling energy. My senses were heightened, every shadow seeming to writhe with a life of its own. And then I saw her, an ethereal figure, almost translucent, floated in the dim light, her eyes fixed on me, filled with a profound sadness and an urgency I could barely comprehend. It was as if she were trapped between two worlds, waiting for someone to free her. "Help me," she whispered, her voice an echo that reverberated in my mind. Fear mingled with a growing determination. I could not ignore her call. The story of a lost town began to unfold before me, and I, the ranger, had a role to play. With each word she spoke, new visions formed in my mind, images of a forgotten community, of ancient rituals, and of a deep connection to nature that had been severed. The town had vanished, but its essence still lingered among the trees, and the disappearances were not mere coincidences, but warnings that the past still echoed in the depths of the forest. Determined to understand, I began to investigate the history of the cabin and the town that once existed nearby. Old records spoke of claims of supernatural phenomena and of people who, like me, had been drawn into the forest seeking answers. The national park, with its breathtaking beauty, concealed horrors that few dared to explore. In the following weeks, I immersed myself in research, talking to locals and examining archives in libraries. Each clue I found led me deeper into a labyrinth of mystery and pain. The figure I encountered in the cabin became a constant in my dreams, her pleas echoing in my mind, guiding me on a quest that challenged not only logic but reality itself. At the same time, I began to realize that the forest was not just a backdrop but an active character in the narrative. The trees seemed to watch me, each crack of a branch sounding like a warning. And as the nights grew longer and darker, the feeling that something was following me became undeniable. I was not just investigating a mystery. I was being pulled toward a destiny I could not avoid. On that fateful night, as the stars shone brightly above, I decided to return to the cabin. The figure continued to call to me, and I knew I had to confront her. When I arrived, the atmosphere was charged, and the air pulsed with an almost palpable energy. The light emanating from the cabin seemed more intense, as if it were drawing me in. Inside, the figure was there, clearer than ever. "Gitan," she said, her voice laden with emotion. "You are the key. Free us." In that moment, I realized my quest was not just for answers, but for redemption. The lost town was not merely a tale. It was a call to action, an opportunity to restore what had been forgotten. With courage, I began to unravel the secrets surrounding the town and the figure. Each revelation brought me closer to the truth, and the forest grew more alive, as if celebrating my journey. Yet, the feeling that time was running out also grew. I needed to act before the connection was lost forever. In the end, the search for the lost town and the truth led me to a final confrontation with the forces that kept the figure trapped. It was a test of courage and faith, and I was determined not to fail. In a climactic moment, the light from the cabin exploded in a blinding brilliance, and I knew I was about to change not only the figure's fate, but my own. The forest, which had been a labyrinth of mysteries and fears, now became a symbol of hope and renewal. And by freeing the figure, not only did the lost town emerge from the shadows, but a new understanding of what it means to be connected to the world around us. The quiet night in Shenandoah would become a living memory, a testament that even in the depths of the unknown, there is always room for light. The air was heavy and charged with a palpable tension when I decided it was time to return to that enigmatic cabin. As soon as I stepped toward the clearing, a sense of unease enveloped me, as if the forest itself was aware of what I was about to do. My mind was spinning with questions, but one thing was clear. I could not retreat now. The ethereal figure I had encountered before was not just an apparition. She was a fragment of a much deeper mystery, and I was determined to uncover the truth. As I walked, I noticed that the light from the cabin seemed to pulse, as if it were alive, and the darkness around me grew denser with each step. I felt a chill run down my spine when suddenly I heard a whisper, almost like the wind carrying lost voices. The trees, with their twisted trunks and exposed roots, seemed to watch me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was manifesting in some way, filled with secrets that were about to be revealed. Upon entering the cabin, the figure was there, clearer than before, her sad eyes now shining with an intensity that left me paralyzed. "You can't stay here for long," she said, her voice echoing like a lament. "They're coming." Her words resonated in my mind, and it was at that moment I realized that the true conflict was just beginning. A wave of panic surged through me, and I knew I had to act quickly. But what did they mean? With an effort, I regained my composure and stepped closer. "Who are they? What's happening here?" I asked, the urgency in my voice reflecting the gravity of the situation. The figure hesitated, as if the words were stuck in her throat. "Those who keep the veil between worlds. They don't want me to be freed, and if you don't act soon, they may come after you too." At that instant, a shadow moved behind me, and I turned quickly. A cold chill ran down my spine, and the cabin's light flickered as if it were struggling against a dark presence. The feeling that something malevolent was approaching became undeniable. "Get out of here," the figure shouted, her voice now tinged with desperation. "The forest isn't safe for you. They're coming." I didn't know whether to run or confront whatever was approaching, but the figure's voice echoed in my mind, and I decided that my quest couldn't end like this. I needed to understand what was happening. I focused on the visions she had shared with me, recalling images of a lost city, of a community that was connected to it. As I tried to organize my thoughts, I was interrupted by a loud crash from outside. The trees swayed violently, and a strong wind rushed into the cabin, causing the doors to creak. The light inside the cabin flickered, and suddenly everything went dark. A sudden panic overtook me. I was not alone. Whatever was outside was now inside the cabin. "Help me find the key. The key is in their memories," the figure exclaimed, her image starting to fade like smoke. My mind was racing, and I realized that the key to freeing her might be hidden in the stories of the lost city. I needed to act, and fast. That very night, as I tried to escape the cabin, I found a piece of yellowed paper wedged under a floorboard. The text was almost illegible, but the words temple and sacrifice stood out. What did this mean? What was hidden in the depths of the forest that could help me unravel this enigma? I was one step away from discovering a truth that could change everything. I left the cabin in search of answers. The forest now had a menacing air, as if it were alive and aware of my presence. The path I followed was familiar, but the trees seemed to shift, moving around as if trying to steer me away from my destiny. Each step I took felt harder than the last. As I walked, I encountered a group of 3 young people who were also exploring the forest that night. They looked as lost as I felt, and the fear on their faces perfectly mirrored my own despair. One of them, a boy named Ethan, noticed my expression. "Did you feel that too?" he asked, his voice trembling. "The forest, it feels different tonight." "Yeah," I replied, feeling an instant connection with them. "We need to be careful. There's something or someone that doesn't want us here." The other young people, a girl named Mia and her friend Lucas, agreed, and soon we joined forces in a desperate search for answers. I shared with them what I had learned about the figure in the cabin and the lost city. To my surprise, they had already heard whispers about disappearances and urban legends surrounding the park. What seemed like mere curiosity was now becoming a terrifying reality. Together, we decided to investigate further. The forest, in its hypnotic beauty, was now a maze filled with dangers. As we progressed, phenomena began to intensify. The beams of our flashlights started to flicker, shadows danced around us, and the sound of whispers seemed to rise from the very ground. What had once been just a feeling of being watched transformed into a palpable presence, a negative energy surrounding us. Ethan, who was braver than he appeared, suggested we search for the temple mentioned in the paper I found. He believed that perhaps the key the figure mentioned was there, and that the lost city could be restored if we could uncover what really happened. As we ventured deeper into the forest, the atmosphere became even more oppressive. The trees twisted into grotesque shapes, and the air seemed to vibrate with a strange energy. I felt myself being pulled in opposite directions. Curiosity guided me toward the unknown, while fear beckoned me to turn back. Finally, we found a clearing where an ancient structure stood, covered in moss and adorned with symbols carved into the walls. The temple was a monument to the lost city, but it also seemed like a warning. The air was thick with a sense of despair and desolation. The stories I had heard now seemed to come alive, and I didn't know if I was prepared for what I was about to uncover. The young people followed me, and together we began to explore the temple, each step echoing off the cold walls. The visions began to surface again, revealing fragments of memories from a time when the city thrived before being consumed by darkness. But as the images intensified, shadows also appeared, and I knew we were being watched. Something was waiting for us, and the forest seemed to conspire against us. The true test was just beginning, and I didn't know if we would be able to face the forces opposed to us. The search for truth was becoming a struggle for survival, and the revelations that awaited us could change everything, not just about the lost city, but also about ourselves. The night was just beginning, and the true horror was yet to come. The atmosphere in the temple was dense, almost as if the air were saturated with lament. The light from the lanterns flickered, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to come alive. With each step we took, the ancient, moss-covered walls appeared to breathe, telling stories of a forgotten past that echoed in our ears. Fear began to seep into me, a dread that was not only about what might be lurking in the shadows, but also about what I might discover about myself. As we explored, a chilling cold enveloped my body, making me shiver. The memories projected in my mind were fragmented, but each one felt more real than the last. I saw faces of people I didn't know but felt were somehow connected to me. A woman with sad eyes, a child laughing in the sunlight, and then the image of a dark figure approaching, bringing darkness with it. It was a connection I didn't understand, and it terrified me. "Look at this," Ethan exclaimed, pointing to a symbol carved into the wall. It was an emblem I recognized in some way, but I couldn't identify it. A feeling of déjà vu washed over me. It was as if I had seen it somewhere before, in some story told to me in childhood. But what did it mean? Was I being guided by something that transcends time? Or was it just fear that made me associate everything with my past? Mia and Lucas were as absorbed as I was, but the tension in the air was palpable. With every word we exchanged, it felt like we were drawing something terrible closer to us. Not only was the forest watching us, there was a presence that fed on our unease, a force that was approaching. I could feel it in every fiber of my being. Then the ground beneath our feet began to tremble. A deafening roar echoed through the temple, as if the very structure were protesting our presence. The lantern light began to flicker, and the air became heavy and warm, as if the temperature had risen drastically. Panic overtook me. I didn't know whether to run or stay, but one thing was clear. Everything we were doing was attracting something terrible. "We need to get out of here," I shouted, but my voice was drowned out by the growing sound of a storm that seemed to form around us. The shadows grew denser, and an enveloping whisper began to fill the space. "You shouldn't be here," a voice said, seeming to come from all sides, reverberating off the walls and infiltrating our minds. My thoughts were confused. What were we really searching for? The key to free the figure from the cabin? The truth about the lost city? Or the solution to a mystery that spanned generations? All these questions swirled in my head, creating a whirlwind of emotions. The fear of not knowing the answer consumed me, but there was something deeper, a feeling that I might be connected to all of this in a way I didn't understand. "Let's go," Mia shouted, pulling me back as we tried to find an exit. But the temple seemed to have transformed into a labyrinth, and the walls appeared to shift, blocking our way with each step. Despair began to settle in me. The fear of not being able to escape, of being consumed by darkness, was overwhelming. As we ran, a terrifying vision formed in my mind. I saw the lost city, shrouded in thick fog, its deserted streets echoing with laughter and screams that would never be heard again. A city forgotten by time, now trapped between two worlds. "They are coming," the figure from the cabin shouted again in my mind, and I realized that the connection was more intimate than I thought. That figure was not just a victim. It was an echo of something that had happened to me, something I had buried deep in my memory. "We have to find the key," I yelled, but the voice inside me seemed to grow weaker. The temple was reacting to our fear, and I didn't know how far this could take us. The malevolent presence surrounding us grew stronger, and the shadows seemed to stretch, trying to grasp us. As we moved, I found an old diary lying on the floor, its pages yellowed and worn. I flipped through the pages, and what I found paralyzed me. It told stories of disappearances, of people who entered the forest and never returned. But there was something more. Accounts of rituals, of sacrifices made to keep the city and its secrets hidden. The connection to what had happened hit me like a blow. I could be part of this, a link uniting past and present, and it terrified me. "We need to leave now," Lucas shouted, pulling me forward, but panic was starting to take over me. It was as if the forest was closing in on us, and I didn't know if we would escape. Every time I looked back, I saw the shadow drawing closer, clearer and more threatening. I was about to confront not only the darkness surrounding us, but also the truth about my own past and what I truly was. The true horror was approaching, and I was about to discover that there was much more at stake than just the lost city. Whatever was following us was determined to find us, and I didn't know if I could resist it. The forest, with all its secrets, was about to reveal its true face, and I was about to be confronted with my own story, one I barely knew existed. Despair grew as we tried to find a way out of this labyrinth of shadows. The diary I found now weighed heavily in my hands, its pages seeming to pulse with a life of their own, as if they wanted to tell me more than they had already revealed. The words tangled in my mind, forming a web of stories of lost lives, dark rituals, and, somehow, of me. My own story was intertwined with that forgotten city, and the possibility that I could be part of this mystery terrified me. "We can't separate," Ethan said, his voice trembling with fear. I looked at him and saw the same unease reflected in his gaze. We were not just friends lost in a temple. We were pieces of a puzzle we still did not understand. And with the malignant presence closing in, the tension between us grew. "We need to find the key," I shouted again, but my voice sounded weaker with each passing moment. The temple was reacting to our fear, and the presence surrounding us was becoming more oppressive. The darkness seemed to want to swallow us, and all I could think was that perhaps this key was not just an object, but a truth I needed to uncover about myself. Then, suddenly, a wave of heat swept through the temple, as if something was awakening. The lanterns began to flicker violently, and a strong wind blew, causing the pages of the diary to flip rapidly. The whisper that had once been a distant echo had now turned into a deafening scream, filling the space with a sense of urgency. "Look," Mia shouted, pointing to the altar in the center of the temple. It was an ancient structure, covered in symbols that glowed with a supernatural light. In the center of the altar was an object, a golden key that pulsed with vibrant energy. It was the key we had been searching for, but something inside me hesitated. The presence that surrounded us seemed to focus there, as if the altar was the focal point of a dark force. "This is it. This is the key," Lucas exclaimed, but I couldn't move. A feeling of déjà vu hit me again, and visions began to form in my mind. I saw the lost city in its glory, but I also saw its fall, the people corrupted by the pursuit of power and control. And at the center of it all, I saw a familiar figure, a version of myself, caught up in rituals I did not understand but felt deeply. Panic began to transform into understanding, and I realized that the key was not just an object. It was the representation of a power I didn't know I possessed. The dark figure that haunted me was, in some way, a reflection of what I had become or what I could become. The connection deepened, and the truth was about to be revealed. "You need to take the key," Ethan shouted, but I still hesitated. "If we don't do this, we will be consumed." The urgency in his voice pierced through my confusion, and finally, with an almost unconscious impulse, I stepped toward the altar. The malignant presence seemed to intensify, a storm of negative energy swirling around us. With each step, the weight of all the lost lies, all the buried secrets, piled upon me. When my fingers touched the surface of the key, an astonishing power coursed through my body. A vision formed before me, clearer than any other. I was in the midst of a ritual, surrounded by shadowy figures chanting in a forgotten language. The lost city was alive, pulsing with an energy that promised greatness, but also destruction. And I was part of it. The feeling of belonging and repulsion collided in my chest. "You cannot take this on," the voice whispered again, clearer now. It was a warning, but also a call. The dark figure was closer, its presence manifesting. It was a being that was not just a specter, but an echo of the past I carried. I understood that the key was not just a solution. It was a test, an invitation to face my true self. "We need to get out now," I shouted, but the key seemed to pull me in, as if revealing not only the lost city, but also a fate I wasn't prepared to face. The temple began to tremble even more, and the walls seemed to close in, the space becoming increasingly claustrophobic. "Hurry!" Lucas pulled me, but the key was in my hand, and a part of me wanted to know more. What would happen if I used it? What secrets did the city still hold? I needed to decide, and this choice could mean the difference between life and death. As the presence drew closer, the darkness becoming almost palpable, I realized there was no choice. I could not escape what I was destined to be. In a surge of impulse, I raised the key and shouted, "If you are here, then come." The echo of my shout reverberated, and with it, the storm intensified. The altar blazed brightly, and suddenly, the dark figure appeared before me, its penetrating gaze revealing deep despair. And in that moment, I understood that to escape the darkness, I would need to not only face what was before me, but also what was within me. The temple began to disintegrate around us, and amidst the chaos, I realized that the true battle was just beginning. Whatever was pursuing us was not just an external force, but a part of me that I had not yet managed to confront. And as reality began to unravel, the lost city became more than a destination. It became a revelation, and I was about to discover what it truly meant to be part of it. The energy storm around me seemed to want to swallow me whole, and the dark figure in front of me emanated a despair that paralyzed me. The weight of the golden key in my hand became increasingly unbearable, as if the temple itself wished for me to let it go. But instead of allowing myself to release it, a part of me was irresistibly drawn to it, as if the key were the answer to a question I didn't yet know how to ask. "Take it." Ethan's voice sliced through the air, but it was no longer just fear that propelled me. It was curiosity, the need to understand what was happening. I couldn't simply ignore the connection I felt with the lost city, with whatever was calling me. At the same time, a wave of doubt washed over me. I was about to do something that could change everything, and I didn't know if I was ready for that. The altar trembled beneath my feet, and the dark figure seemed to intensify its presence, as if waiting for me to make a decision. With a colossal effort, I tried to focus on the memories that were surfacing. I saw the city in its glory, but I also saw it in its fall. The power that was once revered was now becoming a poison, and I could have a crucial role in this. "You don't understand," the voice echoed in my mind. "The key is your inheritance, but it is also a curse." As the words resonated, a new wave of terror flooded me. It was true. The city and I were intertwined, but at what cost? What could I lose if I chose to unlock the doors of a past that might be destined to remain buried? The temple began to crumble around us, and I knew time was running out. "We need to get out now," I shouted, but the key pulled at me, and the idea of unleashing the secrets of the city was as tempting as it was terrifying. What would happen if I used it? What would I be willing to sacrifice in search of answers? Then, as the dark figure drew closer, I realized that the true battle was not just against what was before me, but also against the doubt and fear that resided within me. If I wanted to find a solution, I needed to confront not only what was hidden in the city, but also what was concealed in me. "No, you can't." Ethan's voice was now a cry of desperation, and for a moment, I looked at him and Mia, who were clearly terrified. They were the only anchor amidst the chaos. If you take the key, there will be no going back. The pressure mounted, and the temple seemed to recognize my hesitation. The shadows around me became denser, and the dark presence manifested as a specter of anger and frustration. The altar glowed intensely, and I knew that if I didn't make a decision, we would all be consumed. I need to know, I murmured more to myself than to them, and in that instant, the words from the journal began to echo in my mind, revealing a passage that spoke of sacrifices and choices. The key is a test of worth, and whoever dares to use it must be willing to pay the price. A chill ran down my spine, and the reality around me began to warp. The walls of the temple seemed to close in, and the dark figure, now clearer, writhed in agony. I couldn't ignore that the struggle was also mine. I had been called to confront what I was and what I could become. And as the storm intensified, an idea began to form in my mind. If this key is truly the answer, maybe I can use it to help free the souls trapped here. I saw it, and at the same time, a new wave of fear gripped me. What if it meant sacrificing something I wasn't willing to lose? Then, as the altar began to vibrate, a new vision unfolded before me. I saw the lost souls, those who had been consumed by the power of the city, and I realized they were as trapped in the past as I was. If I wanted to free them, I would have to face the truth about the city, about myself, and about what it truly meant to be part of that dark legacy. I can do this, I shouted, feeling a new sense of determination. If the key is a curse, then I will use it to break it. With that, I stepped toward the altar, and as the energy pulsed around me, I made the decision to confront not only the dark figure, but also the truths I had buried. The key in my hand began to shine brightly, and with a decisive gesture, I inserted it into the lock that seemed to emerge from the altar. The temple shook violently, and the shadows writhed as if trying to stop me. But I was determined to move forward, to uncover what the city truly hid. And as the echo of my act reverberated through the temple, I realized that the true battle was not against the dark figures surrounding me, but against the chains of fear that still held me captive. The dilemma between what I could lose and what I could gain was about to be resolved. Whatever was lurking in the shadows, I was ready to face it. The key in my hand pulsed with an almost living energy, and the altar beneath me vibrated, as if eager to reveal its secrets. The shadowy figure in front of me twisted, its shadows stretching like tentacles, trying to pull me into an endless darkness. My heart raced, and adrenaline coursed through my veins, but at the same time, a sense of clarity began to emerge amidst the chaos. "You have no idea what you're doing," Ethan's voice echoed in my mind, a mix of warning and desperation. I looked at him, searching for an anchor in his terrified gaze, but all I saw was the depth of his concern. Guy and Mia were there, struggling against the storm of energy, but I knew the choice was mine. And as the shadowy figure drew closer, I realized that it wasn't just the lost city I was about to confront, but also the ghosts of my own past. Memories began to flow, and I saw flashes of moments I had tried to forget. The accusing glances, the whispering voices reminding me of my failures, the unfulfilled promises. There was a burning guilt inside me, a burden I carried that now threatened to consume me. "If you use the key, you will be consumed by it too," the shadowy figures seemed to warn me, but that warning only increased my desire to act. The temple began to crumble further, stones falling as if they wanted to bury me beneath their weight. What I feared was not just the figure in front of me, but what it represented. My past, my failures, the mistakes I could never correct. I was surrounded by shadows that weren't just from the temple, but from what I carried inside me. "I can't go back now," I murmured, more to myself than anyone else. The voices in my mind intensified, blending with the echoes of the temple. If I hesitated, I would lose not only the chance to discover the truth about the city, but also the opportunity to confront what was holding me back. The weight of the key became more unbearable, but at the same time, a determination was born within me. With a resolute movement, I pushed the key into the lock that formed on the altar. As I did, a wave of energy exploded around me, and the temple shook violently. The walls began to disintegrate, and the ground beneath my feet split into fissures. The shadowy figure screamed, and its face contorted in an expression of agony. I looked at Ethan and Mia, and saw that they were about to be swallowed by the chaos. Focus, don't let fear consume you. Ethan's voice rose above the noise, but I knew the battle was not just against the crumbling temple, but also against the storm of emotions within me. I needed to make a choice. The key glowed brightly, and in a moment of clarity, I realized that the energy was emanating not only from the altar, but also from me. I was connected to that city, and there was a reason for it. The idea of freeing the souls trapped here, of confronting the truth of my past, was the only way to break the cycle of pain and guilt. If you open that door, there will be no turning back, the shadowy figure whispered, its words laced with a threatening tone. But it was too late to hesitate. Instead of fear, I felt a wave of courage. I won't let fear rule my life, I shouted, and with a firm motion, I activated the key. A blinding light burst from the altar, and the shadows began to recede. The temple trembled, but instead of being destroyed, it seemed to be purified. Feeling the connection with the lost souls, I realized they were not just trapped in the place but also within me. I needed to confront my own guilt, and perhaps by doing so I could free them. The specter of the shadowy figure writhed, and a wave of negative energy hit me. You can't escape your destiny, it screamed, but I was determined not to let those words affect me. I'm stronger than you think, I replied, feeling the energy of the key intensify even more. The temple began to illuminate with a golden light, and the souls started to emerge from the shadows, floating towards me. They looked desperate, but at the same time, there was hope in their eyes. I was about to discover the truth, and it filled me with renewed courage. You can't change the past, the shadowy figure growled, but I no longer listened. What mattered was the future, what I could do now to correct the mistakes. With the key in hand, I was ready to face not only what lay ahead, but also what was within me. And as the light pulsed around me, I knew this was my chance, not just to uncover the secrets of the lost city, but to free myself from the chains that kept me tied to the past. I was about to open the doors not only of the temple, but also of my own soul. Whatever was lurking in the shadows, I was ready to face it. The glow of the key intensified, and with it, a wave of pulsating energy enveloped me. I felt as if every cell in my body was resonating with the altar, as if an ancestral connection was about to be revealed. The dark figure in front of me convulsed, its shadows twisting in a frenzy of despair and rage. The confrontation was about to reach its climax, and I knew there was no turning back. You can't stop me, I shouted, even though the voice of the dark figure echoed in my mind, trying to make me doubt myself. The shadows stirred, but I could not allow myself to retreat. With the key in hand, I was more than just an intruder in this temple. I was a part of it, and part of the souls that were imprisoned here. The walls began to glow with a golden light, and the souls, previously lost in the shadows, started to manifest. They were faces I vaguely recognized, fragments of my past. Each one was a reminder of a choice I had not made or a truth I had not wanted to face. The dark figure rose, its distorted form now more threatening than ever. You can't save anyone. You will only destroy yourself. It lunged toward me, the darkness around it pulsating. The light from the altar seemed to fight against the darkness. And I realized that the battle was not just physical. but a struggle against the memories and regrets that haunted me. I am no longer the person you say I am, I declared, feeling the energy of the key flow through me. I can change. I can free us all. With a quick motion, I raised the key and pressed it against the altar. The response was immediate. An explosion of light illuminated the temple, causing the dark figure to hesitate. The souls began to rise, forming a circle around me, and I realized they were what remained of my past and my guilt. Each of them had a story, a reason for being there, and I was about to confront them. Free yourselves, I shouted, and the light intensified, enveloping everything around me. The altar began to vibrate, and the energy emanating from it was now a powerful wave that made the temple tremble. The dark figure screamed, but its words were lost in the cacophony of light. You cannot escape what you have done. You will always be the same failure. Her words were like blades, cutting and trying to destabilize me. But instead of yielding, I remembered every choice I had made, every mistake I had committed, and realized that was what made me human. The weight of guilt would not define me. I am more than my past, I shouted, and with that, I channeled all the pain, regret, and remorse into a single impulse. The key shone even brighter, and a wave of light erupted, expanding in all directions. The temple began to collapse, but in that destruction, there was also a sense of liberation. The dark figure, now reduced to a flickering shadow, tried to cling to me, but I pushed it away with the force of my determination. You have no power over me anymore, I said, as the light consumed everything around me. The souls floated out of the shadows, and their voices, once muffled, now echoed in a chant of freedom. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced my chest. The dark figure had managed to hit me, and the darkness seemed to seep into me. You cannot escape your destiny, I screamed, but I was not going to give up. With one last effort, I raised the key, and the light exploded in a blinding brilliance. The temple lit up like a sun, and the darkness began to dissipate. The dark figure screamed in agony, its form disappearing under the light. The souls danced around me, celebrating their liberation. I am no longer a prisoner of my past, I declared, feeling the energy vibrate in every part of me. The light envelops the dark figure, and it dissolved into a cloud of shadows, being absorbed by the light I had invoked. The pain in my chest began to dissipate, and with it, a new sense of peace took hold of me. The temple, though in ruins, was now radiant. The light emanating from it was a symbol of renewal, not just for those souls, but for me as well. I had faced not only the dark figure, but also my own fears and regrets. The truth had emerged, and with it, the understanding that forgiveness begins within ourselves. As the light stabilized, the souls began to rise, floating toward a horizon they had never been able to reach before. I knew I had not only found a lost city, but parts of myself that were finally being freed. I glanced one last time at the altar, where the key now glimmered softly, and whispered, "Thank you." With that, I turned to Ethan and Mia, who were now free from the chaos that had surrounded us. The temple may have crumbled, but the true battle had been won. I was ready to move forward, not just as a survivor, but as someone who had finally found their way. The sun was setting behind the mountains, casting long and distorted shadows over the forest. Walking along the trail in Yellowstone National Park, a sense of unease began to settle in my chest. Something was wrong. It was one of those days when nature seems to whisper dark secrets, and the whispers turn into silent screams. I, a mere park ranger, could not ignore the warnings emanating from the ground beneath my feet. One question haunted me. What if the legends I considered just stories told around the campfire were real? In recent months, Rumors had begun to circulate among visitors about inexplicable disappearances on the park's more isolated trails. The more skeptical laughed, but I knew there was something in the air, a presence watching me, as if the forest were alive and aware of my presence. I had always been a rational man, guided by logic and science, but doubt began to erode my understanding of the world. When a young tourist disappeared without a trace, tension among the rangers grew. We could no longer ignore the nervous glances and whispered conversations that permeated our meetings. The story unfolding before me was more than just a mystery. It was an invitation to the abyss. I decided to investigate on my own, diving into the darkness of the forests, where sunlight barely penetrated. Every step I took seemed to echo among the trees, which whispered secrets long buried. With every bend in the path, the feeling of being followed intensified, as if an invisible shadow were at my side, watching me with hungry eyes. The first night I spent outside, camping in a secluded clearing, was marked by an oppressive silence. The rustling of leaves seemed amplified, and every crack of a twig made me jump. The stars shone like curious eyes in the night sky, but the beauty of the scene was overshadowed by the fear that settled in my heart. It was during that night that I heard a distant whisper, a call that seemed to come from the forest itself. I got up, instinct telling me to follow the voice, but reason held me back, reminding me that often the unknown did not bring good tidings. The next day, I found strange marks on the ground, as if something had dragged something, or someone, through the underbrush. Deep down, the certainty that I was about to discover something terrifying grew. The legend spoke of a creature that haunted the forests, a vengeful spirit that would not be forgotten and made every disappearance a ritual of pain. The stories of a native people who once called these lands home echoed in my mind, reminding me that there were mysteries that logic could not explain. As the days passed, the darkness seemed to intensify. I began to have visions, shadows dancing among the trees, faces forming in the rocks. One night, as I prepared for sleep, I saw a figure emerge from the darkness. It was a woman, her eyes shining with a supernatural light. She whispered my name, and the air around me seemed to freeze. Her words were both a warning and an invitation, but I could not discern which was which. The disappearances continued, and in a moment of desperation, I decided to confront the entity that haunted me. The forest had become a labyrinth, and each step I took led me deeper into its clutches. In a place that seemed outside of time, I found a circle of stones, the same one I had seen in some of the stories I had heard. In the center, a thick and luminous mist pulsed with an energy I could not comprehend. It was there that I realized that each disappearance was a sacrifice, an attempt to appease the spirit of the forest, which demanded recognition and respect. However, the truth was not easy to swallow. I, a guardian of nature, found myself in a dilemma: protect the life that existed there or expose the truth that could lead to a new wave of fear and aversion. The internal conflict consumed me, and the line between good and evil began to blur. On a stormy night, when the winds howled and lightning split the sky, I decided it was time to face what haunted me. I returned to the circle of stones, and as I invoked the entity, I appealed for understanding. The spirit manifested, revealing its true self. A woman who had once been a guardian of the forest, whose life had been taken brutally. She was trapped between worlds, seeking justice through the disappearances. I understood that, just like me, she had also lost, and that her pain was the same as mine. In the end, the forest was not just a place of natural beauty, but a testament to untold stories, to lives intertwined in time and space. With the truth revealed, I made a pact with the spirit, promising to honor her legacy and protect the forest she once called home. The fear that had once dominated me transformed into a deep respect, and my connection with nature strengthened. In those mountains, I learned that the true essence of being human lies in listening to the voices of the past and recognizing that often legends are more than mere stories. They are echoes of lives still seeking to be remembered. As the sun set again, I knew my journey was just beginning. As a guardian not only of nature, but also of the stories it whispers in every breeze, in every shadow. The unease that began to settle in my chest was not just a fleeting sensation. It was a constant presence, like a shadow that refused to leave me. As I walked the trails of Yellowstone, the echoes of lost voices seemed to resonate in my ears, and the forest, which once was a refuge of peace, was now becoming a maze of mysteries and dangers. With every step, I felt I was delving deeper into an enigma that challenged everything I knew. The first nights I spent in the forest were marked by strange events. Around the campfire, the other park rangers tried to steer the conversation toward mundane things, but they couldn't hide the apprehension on their faces. One of them, Tom, a veteran of many years, shared stories of disappearances, but always with a tone of skepticism that seemed more forced than genuine. He often said that fear was the true culprit, that people disappeared because they ventured where they shouldn't. But the way he looked over his shoulder, as if expecting something to emerge from the shadows, told me he wasn't as sure as he pretended to be. That night, while trying to sleep in my sleeping bag, I heard a whisper. It was a soft sound, almost like a song, and I got up to investigate. I walked cautiously toward the source of the sound, my heart pounding in my chest. But when I reached a moonlit clearing, the whisper ceased abruptly. The silence that followed was deafening, and a feeling of abandonment enveloped me. It was then that I noticed the marks on the ground, as if something had been dragged away. A chill ran down my spine. It was no longer just a legend, but something tangible, something that demanded my attention. The following day brought more unease. As I investigated the surroundings, I met Sarah, a young biologist studying the local flora. She had also heard the rumors about the disappearances and was determined to uncover the truth. The spark in her eyes was contagious, and she ignited my curiosity. Together, we decided to continue the investigation, and with each new clue that emerged, the atmosphere around us became denser and more oppressive. As we talked, Sarah mentioned that she had found old records of a cult that worshipped the forest entity, a spirit that, according to legends, demanded sacrifices to maintain the natural balance. The stories were bizarre, but as we explored further, I began to realize there was a pattern to the disappearances. All occurred on full moon nights, when the energy of the forest seemed to be at its peak. What once seemed like mere superstition now began to take on a frightening possibility. As the days passed, the phenomena began to intensify. I heard distant laughter and whispers that seemed to come from all sides. One night, as we gathered around the campfire, a gust of wind cut through the air, extinguishing the flames, and a dark shadow projected itself between the trees. Fear gripped the group, and I noticed that some of the rangers were hesitant to return to their tents. The spirit seemed to be manifesting more intensely, and what initially was curiosity was becoming a fight for survival. That same night, when I returned to my campsite, I found an object that didn't belong to me. A delicately crafted leather bracelet, adorned with symbols I didn't recognize. The bracelet seemed to pulse with a strange energy, and as I touched it, a wave of cold washed over me. The connection I had felt with the forest intensified, and I realized there was something deeper within this land than I could understand. It was as if nature itself was conspiring against me, as if I were being pulled into a mystery I could not unravel alone. Tension mounted when Tom disappeared one night. He went out to gather firewood and never returned. Panic spread among the rangers, and the forest, which had once seemed like a home, became a place of terror. The group was divided between those who wanted to search for Tom and those who believed he was yet another victim of the forest spirit. Amid heated discussions, Sarah and I decided that we could not wait. We had to find him, even if it meant confronting the very entity that terrified us. With lanterns in hand and fear in our hearts, we ventured into the forest, following the path that Tom would likely have taken. With every step, the air grew heavier, as if the forest itself were closing in around us. The trees seemed to shift, and the sounds of nature became a disturbing symphony. It was then that we found the circle of stones, a place that seemed to pulse with energy, and in its center, the mist I had seen before now concentrated into a denser and more threatening form. I knew the restlessness that began to settle in my chest was not just a passing feeling. It was a constant presence, like a shadow that refused to leave me. As I walked the trails of Yellowstone, the echoes of lost voices seemed to resonate in my ears, and the forest, which had once been a refuge of peace, was now becoming a maze of mysteries and dangers. With every step, I felt I was delving deeper into an enigma that challenged everything I knew. The first nights I spent in the forest were marked by strange events. Around the campfire, the other forest rangers tried to steer the conversation toward mundane things, but they couldn't hide the apprehension on their faces. One of them, Tom, a veteran of many years, shared stories of disappearances, but always with a tone of skepticism that seemed more forced than genuine. He often said that fear was the real culprit, that people disappeared because they ventured where they shouldn't. But the way he looked over his shoulder, as if expecting something to emerge from the shadows, told me he wasn't as sure as he pretended to be. That night, while trying to sleep in my sleeping bag, I heard a whisper. It was a soft sound, almost like a song, and I got up to investigate. I walked cautiously toward the source of the sound, my heart pounding in my chest. But when I reached a clearing illuminated by moonlight, the whisper abruptly ceased. The silence that followed was deafening, and a feeling of abandonment enveloped me. It was then that I noticed the marks on the ground, as if something had been dragged away. A chill ran down my spine. It was no longer just a legend, but something tangible, something that demanded my attention. The following day brought more unease. As I investigated the surroundings, I met Sarah, a young biologist who was studying the local flora. She had also heard the rumors about the disappearances and was determined to uncover the truth. The spark in her eyes was contagious, and she infected me with her curiosity. Together, we decided to continue the investigation, and with every new clue that emerged, the atmosphere around us grew denser and more oppressive. As we talked, Sarah mentioned that she had found old records of a cult that worshipped the forest entity, a spirit that, according to legends, demanded sacrifices to maintain the natural balance. The stories were bizarre, but as we explored further, I realized there was a pattern to the disappearances. They all occurred on full moon nights, when the energy of the forest seemed to be at its peak. What had once seemed like mere superstition was now starting to become a frightening possibility. As days passed, the phenomena began to intensify. I heard distant laughter and whispers that seemed to come from all sides. One night, as we gathered around the campfire, a gust of wind cut through the air, extinguishing the flames, and a dark shadow loomed among the trees. Fear took hold of the group, and I noticed that some of the rangers were hesitant to return to their tents. The spirit seemed to be manifesting more intensely, and what had initially been curiosity was turning into a fight for survival. That same night, when I returned to my camp, I found an object that did not belong to me. A delicately crafted leather bracelet, adorned with symbols I did not recognize. The bracelet seemed to pulse with a strange energy, and upon touching it, a wave of cold washed over me. The connection I had felt with the forest intensified, and I realized there was something deeper in that land than I could comprehend. It was as if nature itself was conspiring against me, as if I were being pulled into a mystery I could not unravel alone. Tension escalated when Tom disappeared one night. He went out to gather firewood and never returned. Panic spread among the rangers, and the forest, which had once felt like home, became a place of terror. The group was divided between those who wanted to search for Tom and those who believed he was yet another victim of the forest spirit. Amid heated discussions, Sarah and I decided that we couldn't wait. We had to find him, even if it meant confronting the very entity that terrified us. With flashlights in hand and fear in our hearts, we ventured into the forest, following the path Tom likely would have taken. With every step, the air became heavier, as if the forest itself was closing in around us. The trees seemed to move, and the sounds of nature became a disturbing symphony. It was then that we found the circle of stones, a place that seemed to pulsate with energy, and in the center, the mist I had seen before now concentrated into a denser, more threatening form. I knew the spirit was there, and that the truth we sought was about to be revealed. But the tension I felt told me that it wasn't just Tom we were trying to save. It was also the very soul of the forest. I needed to confront the entity, not only as a forest ranger, but as someone who finally understood that the legends were not just stories, but echoes of a past that cried out for recognition. As the shadows danced around me, I prepared to confront what lay beyond reason and logic, hoping that the truth could free not only Tom, but also the spirit that had become a prisoner of his own pain. As I approached the stone circle, the feeling of being watched intensified. The mist coalesced, forming indistinct shapes that seemed to pulsate in response to my presence. Fear intertwined with a strange determination within me. What I was about to face was not just a vengeful spirit, but something that echoed deep within my being, something that perhaps was connected to my own past. The cold of the night seemed to penetrate my bones, and for a moment, a distant memory invaded my mind. One night in childhood when my brother and I explored a similar forest. He had always been the brave one, the one who jumped ahead while I hesitated, always fearing the unknown. Now here I was, in a much more terrifying situation, and the absence of my brother weighed on me like an anchor. The guilt of not having protected Tom mingled with that memory, and I wondered if what I was about to face was, in some way, a way to confront my own demons. Sarah was by my side, her face reflecting the same mix of determination and fear. The silence of the forest became oppressive, as if the world around us was holding its breath. Yet, the voices that had once been whispers were now becoming clearer, as if I could hear fragments of old conversations, echoes of lost lies. It was as if the forest itself was trying to warn me about something, or perhaps trying to prevent me from moving forward. I decided that I could not hesitate. With a deep breath, I stepped into the stone circle. As soon as I did, a wave of energy coursed through my body, as if I had crossed an invisible barrier. The mist stirred, and the shadows grew denser. I could feel the presence of the spirit, and what had once been a gentle chill now turned into a biting cold that made me feel as if I were being pulled into the depths of an abyss. Then, something extraordinary happened. A form began to materialize before me, an ethereal figure shrouded in an aura of pale light. Its eyes shone with an ancient sadness, and a soft lament filled the air. It was as if that entity were trapped between two worlds, and as I watched it, I realized that its pain resonated with mine. It was a reflection of something I too had lost, something I did not fully understand. "You shouldn't be here," the figure murmured, its voice echoing like a whisper in the leaves. "You don't understand what is at stake." Fear turned into confusion. I didn't know if I was having a hallucination or if I was truly facing something supernatural. "We are here searching for Tom," I said, my voice trembling. "He has disappeared, and we need to save him." The entity hesitated, and a shadow crossed its face. "The souls that get lost here are not merely victims. They are part of a cycle. What you seek may not be what you wish to find." As it spoke, I realized that its words echoed deeper truths. I was not just dealing with the search for Tom, but with the very essence of the forest and its legends. What was at stake was much more than the life of a lost man. It was a struggle against forces that transcended human understanding. The tension heightened as I noticed the mist around me beginning to swirl violently. Something was approaching, a dark presence that fed on my fear and uncertainty. The trees seemed to bend, as if recoiling from an invisible threat. My heart raced, and the reality around me began to crumble. "Sarah," I called, but my voice was drowned out by the roar of the wind that was rising. She was there, but the expression on her face was pure terror. The ethereal figure began to dissipate, and I realized that the only way to understand what was happening was to confront the essence of that entity, and, at the same time, what it represented. Desperately, I searched for clues, something that could help me decipher the enigma that now surrounded the forest. A glimmer among the stones caught my attention, and I crouched down to investigate. It was a small talisman, an amulet that seemed to pulse with the same energy I had felt when touching the leather bracelet. The markings adorning the talisman were the same as those I had seen on the bracelet, a sign that there was a deeper connection between all those who had disappeared. As I held the talisman, a vision overwhelmed me. Flashes of lost faces, untold stories, and the sensation of a collective pain permeating the forest. I realized that those who had disappeared were not merely victims but part of a cycle of pain and sacrifice that the entity demanded. And now I was about to become part of it unless I found a way to break the cycle. The winds intensified, and the dark presence grew stronger, as if it were ready to claim another soul. The struggle was not just for Tom, but for all who had been consumed by the forest. I needed to find a way to appease the spirit, to give voice to the pain it carried, and thus perhaps save ourselves. With renewed determination, I glanced at Sarah and said, "We need to do something together. We can't let the pain continue to dominate this forest." And so, with the energy of the talisman in hand, we prepared to face what was to come, determined to confront what had long remained in the shadows. The true battle was just beginning, and the forest, with all its mysteries, was about to reveal its darkest secrets. While holding the talisman, a wave of energy coursed through my body, almost as if the forest itself were stirring in response to my act. The ethereal figure before me hesitated, its sad eyes fixed on me, and I realized that what I held was not just an amulet, but a key to something much greater than I could imagine. The dark presence drew closer, and the fog grew denser, as if trying to consume me. Amidst the confusion and fear, a truth began to form in my mind. The pain of that entity was not just its own. It belonged to all who had disappeared, including my brother, Tom. Each of them had been part of a cycle of suffering, and now I found myself at the center of this turmoil. "You cannot stop what is about to happen," the entity whispered, its voice now filled with a palpable urgency. "The talisman is the manifestation of pain, but also of hope. If you do not understand this, we will all be lost." Before I could respond, the fog began to stir even more, and a shadowy figure emerged from it. It was an indistinct shadow, but I could feel its malevolence. It was as if darkness itself was taking shape, and I realized that this was not just a spirit, but a representation of all the evil that had consumed the forest over the years. The dark presence fed on fear and pain, and now it was ready to claim another soul. "You cannot save everyone," the shadow proclaimed, its voice echoing in a way that seemed to tear at reality itself. "You and your friend are doomed to become part of the forest. Accept your fate." Those words resonated within me, like an echo of all my fears. What I feared most was not death, but the idea of being absorbed by this darkness, of becoming a mere shadow lost among others. But then, a new determination arose within me. I looked at Sarah, who was by my side, her eyes reflecting the same internal struggle. "We cannot give up," I declared, feeling the talisman pulse in my hand. The pain you carry, spirit, cannot continue to dominate us. We need to free these souls, including Tom's. The shadow hesitated, and for a brief moment, the ethereal figure approached me, its light almost blinding. The truth you seek is within you. You are not just a spectator in this cycle. You are the key to breaking it. With its words echoing in my mind, I felt a new surge. The talisman in my hand began to glow intensely, and a wave of light burst from me, enveloping the ethereal figure and the shadow. The shadows began to writhe, as if fighting against the light I emitted. But suddenly, the shadow made a swift movement and lunged toward me, and I realized that the true battle was just beginning. A searing pain shot through my body, and I fell to my knees, feeling reality around me crumble. The talisman began to vibrate violently in my hand, and the shadow's voice intensified, becoming a deafening scream. You cannot escape your destiny. You are part of us now. The fog thickened around me, and the trees seemed to come alive, their roots twisting and reaching toward me. Fear overtook me, but in the midst of the terror, I realized there was something more. A connection with all those who had disappeared, a collective force pulsing through the past. Tom, I cried, feeling his presence somewhere deep in the forest. I'm here. I will bring you back. In one last effort, I concentrated all my energy into the talisman, and a golden light erupted from me. The shadow screamed, the pain reverberating within its form, as the ethereal figure joined me, forming a barrier of light. I could feel the energy of the forest concentrating into a single point, as if responding to my call. Then, the shadow writhed, and in a moment of clarity, I saw its true face, a distorted figure, reflecting my own pain, my own fears and regrets. It was what I had feared to be, and at the same time what I needed to confront. The darkness was not just an enemy. It was a part of me that I needed to accept. With a scream of determination, I advanced, the talisman pulsing intensely. The light grew, and for a brief moment, I saw familiar faces within the fog, those who had been lost, including Tom. I was not just a savior. I was also a messenger, and the truth that had been veiled was now beginning to reveal itself. I will not let you take any more souls, I shouted at the shadow, and the light exploded in a wave of energy, dissipating the fog and illuminating the forest like never before. The dark presence began to fade, and the ethereal figure smiled, a glimmer of hope in its sad eyes. But amidst the light, a new truth emerged, and I realized that the struggle was not over. The energies at play were more complex than I could imagine, and the forest, now illuminated, revealed secrets that challenged my entire understanding. What had once seemed like a cycle of pain was now unfolding as an intricate web of intertwined destinies, and I was at the center of it, about to discover that the true battle was not just against the shadows, but for the very light I sought. The glow of the talisman illuminated the darkness, but as the light spread, I realized it was not enough to dissipate the pain that lingered over the forest. The dark presence momentarily receded, but its claws still reached out toward me, trying to pull me back into the darkness again. I felt the growing pressure in my chest. The struggle was not just against an evil entity. It was an internal battle, a confrontation with the ghosts of my past intertwined with the pain of the forest. Sarah, I shouted, trying to find her gaze amidst the fog that still lingered. We need to join our forces. We can't fight alone. But the voice that came from my mouth was shaky, filled with doubt. What if what we were doing only amplified the suffering? The shadow was still there, a constant presence, and his words echoed in my mind, challenging my determination. You can't save everyone, the shadow whispered again, its voice a sinister melody. With each word, my heart felt heavier. What if I really couldn't? What if the talisman was only leading me to an even darker fate? The idea of losing Sarah, of failing to bring Tom back, paralyzed me. I looked at the talisman in my hand, the light shining brightly, but I wasn't sure how to use it. The energy was there, but how could I channel it? As I tried to connect the dots, something caught my attention. In the center of the fog, a familiar shape began to materialize. It was Tom, his shimmering, ethereal figure trapped among the shadows. "Help me," he said, his voice a distant whisper. "I can't stay here." The pain in his gaze hit me like a punch. I couldn't leave him there. But how could I save him if I was fighting against the very darkness that held him captive? "Tom," I called, reaching out toward him. "I will get you out of here. I promise." But as I spoke, a new wave of doubt enveloped me. What if this was a trick, an illusion created by the entity? What would happen if I tried to rescue him and ended up losing everything? The talisman vibrated in my hand, and the light pulsed. But what did that really mean? I needed answers. "You have to accept your truth," the ethereal figure told me, its voice soft yet firm. "The key to freeing Tom lies within you. You cannot fear your own pain." The words echoed within me, resonating with every doubt I carried. I had spent so long running from my feelings, from the pain of losing Tom, from the guilt that consumed me for not having protected him. But the light I emanated was not just about freeing him. It was about accepting my own vulnerability. With a new clarity, I began to understand what I needed to do. The shadow writhed, trying to close in, but I could no longer retreat. "You will not stop me," I shouted, feeling the energy of the talisman intensify. "Tom, I am here. I will not let you go." Tom's figure began to blur, and the shadow seized the opportunity to attack, lunging toward me with terrifying speed. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the light of the talisman envelop me. My heart raced, and I realized I could not fight the darkness without confronting the pain it represented. "I accept," I declared, the voice echoing through the forest. "I accept my pain. I accept my guilt." With those words, a wave of light exploded from me, and I felt the energy of the forest merge with my cry. The shadow hesitated, its advance slowing. I could feel the connection with the other lost souls, with Tom, growing stronger. It was as if the forest was responding to my call, joining its forces with mine. But as the light spread, a new revelation presented itself. I realized that the darkness was not just an entity. It was a manifestation of collective suffering, of all the lost souls, including Tom's and so many others. To truly free them, I needed to confront not only my pain, but the pain of all those who had been swallowed by the forest. The shadow, furious, began to rise, its form disintegrating and reconstructing in an endless cycle. "You cannot escape the truth," it screamed, and I realized its strength was rooted in the pain I was trying to avoid. With each moment, the darkness became more threatening, as if it were trying to pull me into an endless abyss. "No," I shouted, my voice firm despite the fear. "I am no longer afraid of you. I am not just my pain." And with that, I channeled all the energy of the talisman, sending out a wave of light that expanded and shone brightly, enveloping the shadow. The air was charged with tension, and I knew that what was about to happen could be my salvation or my end. The shadow screamed, and the light began to drag it away. I saw faces forming in the fog, souls that had suffered, and I realized I needed to free them. "Tom, together we can be free." The voices began to echo, and I heard a chorus of thanks and laments, a mixture of pain and hope. The light intensified, and in a moment of clarity, I realized that the true key was not just the talisman, but the connection with all those who had been lost. As the darkness faded and the souls began to rise, I felt stronger. It was not just a fight for my own freedom, but a battle for the redemption of all. I was not alone, and even though the shadow was still present, I had begun to understand that the light I sought was not just an escape, but an acceptance of the pain that everyone carried. The struggle was far from over, but I knew I had found a path. The talisman still shone in my hand, and as the light spread through the forest, a new destiny began to form. A destiny where pain could finally transform into peace. The presence of the shadow intensified, and the darkness around me seemed to close in like an oppressive embrace. I felt my heart race, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The talisman in my hand pulsed, but it was as if the light it emitted was being swallowed by the despair surrounding me. Tom's figure wavered and morphed, a distorted image of pain and pleading. I needed to act, but doubt paralyzed me. What should I do? The light could save him, but what if it only pushed him further away? "Sarah," I shouted again, searching for the courage that seemed to slip through my fingers. "We need to unite. The talisman needs us." But as I spoke, I realized that my voice was filled with uncertainty. The shadow drew closer, its claws stretching out as if to pull me into the darkness. The air was heavy, and I felt that the entire forest was breathing in unison with my fear. "You can't save everyone," the shadow whispered, and its words echoed in my mind like a mantra of despair. "Look around you. Everything you love is lost. You can't change that." I wanted to scream back, but the words died in my throat. What it said was true. I had lost Tom, and now Sarah seemed distant, immersed in her own struggle. I felt a wave of guilt wash over me. The forest was filled with lost souls, and I wondered if my search for Tom had cost lives. Every step I took felt like a step closer to tragedy. What if I was just repeating the mistakes of the past? The shadow, like a predator, was aware of my uncertainty and was using it against me. Tom's figure became more vague, and I didn't know how much time I had before he disappeared forever. "I will save you," I declared, but my voice trembled. "I promise." But the promise felt empty in the face of the oppressive force of darkness. The shadow began to laugh, a deep, echoing sound that reverberated throughout the forest, as if mocking my determination. "You are fighting against yourself, child," it said, its voice closer now. "Your pain, your guilt, that is what keeps you trapped. Let me show you the truth." And with a swift movement, the shadow lunged in front of me, and I was hit by a wave of memories, visions of all the moments I had failed, of all the people I couldn't save. The memories were like knives, cutting deep. I remembered Tom, his smile, the joy I had lost. I remembered Sarah, how I had left her alone in her pain. And more than anything, I remembered the moments when I hid from the truth, preferring denial over facing what I truly felt. The shadow was showing me not only my weakness, but the fragility of hope. "Do you see? You never had control. You have always been at the mercy of pain," the shadow continued, and I wished it were wrong. But as I looked at Tom's face, growing more distant, I couldn't help but feel that his words made sense. I was trapped in a cycle of pain and regret, and now, here, in front of the darkness, I felt powerless. "No," I shouted with all my strength. I couldn't let myself succumb. The talisman pulsed intensely, and even in the midst of despair, a spark of determination ignited within me. The darkness was there, but I was alive too, and there was no way I would give up without fighting. "I accept my pain. I accept my guilt, but I will not let it consume me." The light of the talisman began to shine more brightly. I started to channel my pain, not as a burden but as a source of strength. The shadow hesitated, and I saw Tom's figure solidify for a brief moment. "Help me," he whispered, and that gave me even more courage. It wasn't just about my struggle. It was about all those who had suffered, about Sarah, about Tom, and about the lost souls in the forest. Together, We can win, I declared, and with that, I channeled all the energy of the talisman, unleashing a wave of light that expanded, enveloping the shadow. The air was charged with tension, and I knew I was hitting a crucial point. But as the light spread, I realized that the darkness was becoming more aggressive. "You can't escape me," the shadow roared, and the pressure mounted, as if the very forest was pressing against me. My body trembled, and I knew I had to make a decision. I could pull away, protect myself, but that would mean leaving Tom and all the others behind. "No," I shouted, my voice firm, despite the terror I felt. "I am not just my pain. I am more than that." And with those words, a new wave of energy exploded from me, and the light intensified even more, as if it was finally breaking free from the chains that bound it. The lost souls began to materialize around me, and I felt their presence, a comforting warmth enveloping me. "Come, let's go together," I cried, and suddenly, the darkness began to recede, writhing in agony. It was as if the light was breaking the chains of pain that kept it trapped. But even so, the struggle was far from over. The shadow, now weakened, was still there, its claws stretching out toward me. I knew I had to act quickly. The internal and external conflict intensified, and every second counted. The choice lay before me: continue fighting and risk everything, or surrender and let the darkness win. And as I looked at Tom, I saw in his eyes the hope I needed. He was not lost. He needed me, and I needed him. With one last cry of determination, I channeled my entire being into the talisman, and the light expanded, blinding the darkness. The air was saturated with energy, and I knew it was now or never. The battle between light and darkness reached its climax, and I was about to discover if hope was truly more powerful than fear. The light of the talisman pulsed frantically in my hand, and I could feel the energy vibrating through me, as if I were connected to something much greater than myself. The shadow roared, its claws twisting in the air, trying to grab me, but I could not allow it to consume me. What was at stake was more than my life. It was the life of Tom, of Sarah, of all the lost souls in the forest. "I am not you," I shouted, my voice cutting through the heavy air of darkness. "I am stronger than my pain, stronger than my regret." The light of the talisman began to expand, enveloping the shadow in a bright glow. The creature's wicked laughter turned into a scream of rage, and I knew the battle was about to reach its climax. The shadow lunged toward me, its claws sharp as blades. I leaped to the side, feeling the pressure of the air as the darkness almost reached me. The ground beneath my feet trembled, and the forest seemed to scream in agony. I needed to focus. With a quick motion, I raised the talisman above my head, channeling all the light it emanated. A wave of blue and golden energy exploded from me, illuminating the darkness like a rising sun. "Come, not souls. Together we are stronger," I cried, and to my surprise, I felt a presence around me. Spectral figures began to materialize, each representing a lost life, each bringing with them their own pains and hopes. They joined me, forming a barrier of light against the shadow. The darkness hesitated. The shadow writhed, its form distorting in a maelstrom of despair. "You cannot do this. You cannot defeat me. I am everything you fear." Its voice was an echo of my own fear, and for a moment, I faltered. Doubt crept into my heart, and the shadow seemed to feed off it. "I am not afraid of you," I shouted, remembering Tom, his strength, his light. "You cannot control my life." And with that, I unleashed another wave of energy, the light expanding and immersing itself in the darkness. The forest responded, the trees swaying with the force of my cry. The shadow was pushed back, but not without a fight. It retaliated with a deafening scream, a wave of darkness that surged toward me. I felt my body being pulled, as if the very earth wanted to swallow me whole. The pain and guilt, those I had tried to ignore, surged back with full force. Images of my life flashed before me. The moments I failed, the promises unkept, the smiles I could not protect. The shadow was trying to bring me down, and for a brief moment, I let myself be swept away by the current. But in the midst of the darkness, I saw Tom's face once more. He was there, even if distant, and I knew I could not let him get lost. "I will not give up on you," I declared, my voice now stronger. With renewed focus, I took a deep breath, feeling the souls around me unite in my struggle. It was as if each of them was giving me strength, an echo of their hopes and dreams. The light of the talisman shone brightly in response to my determination. I channeled all the energy I had, all that I was, and the shadow began to retreat. "You cannot control me," I shouted, and with a determined motion, I launched the light toward the shadow. The explosion of energy was deafening. The darkness writhed and screamed, its claws retracting, as I advanced with all the strength I could muster. "I am the light, I am hope," and at that moment all the pain I carried transformed into power. The light expanded, engulfing the shadow in a blinding glow. The forest, which had been so heavy before, now seemed to vibrate with the energy of what was happening. The trees bowed, the winds howled in celebration. With one last scream of despair, the shadow dissolved into a cloud of black smoke, and in an instant, everything fell silent. I fell to my knees, the talisman still shining brightly in my hand. The air felt lighter, and the darkness that had surrounded me for so long began to dissipate. Around me, the lost souls started to disappear, one by one, as if they had finally found peace. "Tom," I shouted, my voice echoing in the silent forest. And suddenly he was there, his form materializing before me. His face was serene, his eyes shining with gratitude. "You saved me," he whispered, and in that moment, I knew I had made the right choice. I couldn't save everyone, but at least you are here, I replied, tears streaming down my face. "I'm sorry for everything." He smiled slightly. "You must not blame yourself. You fought, and that is what matters." His presence was like a balm to my soul, and I realized that the weight of guilt was beginning to dissipate. The battle was won, but the struggle for acceptance was just beginning. The memories of the shadow were still fresh in my mind, but now I knew I was not alone. I had friends, souls who had fought by my side, and more importantly, I had the strength that came from facing my pain. With one last look at the forest, I felt I had left a part of myself behind, but I had also found a new light within me, and that finally gave me hope. I felt the warmth of the sun on my skin, a painful contrast to the coldness that still inhabited my heart. The forest, now calm, seemed almost reverent, as if it were aware of what had happened there. The echo of the confrontation still resonated in my mind, and the images of the shadow writhing in the light of the talisman haunted me. Although I had won, the scars of the battle ran deep, both physical and emotional. I looked at my hand, where the talisman still shone, but its brightness was no longer blinding. Now it seemed a soft light, almost comforting. The mark of the battle was visible on my skin, scratches and bruises that reminded me of the ferocity of the fight. But more importantly, there was an invisible scar inside me, a persistent pain that reminded me of the souls I could not save, of Tom, who even now, in his ethereal form, seemed so distant. "You saved me." His words still echoed in my mind, but they also carried a weight. What did that really mean? What had I lost to win this battle? The spirit I had pacified might have found rest, but I knew my struggle was far from over. Every lost soul was a constant reminder of the price we pay for hope, and I could not forget. The daylight seemed more intense, but inside, I felt like a shadow. The memories of the fight, the screams of the shadow were still very fresh. I had faced something much greater than I had imagined. And now, every step I took was a reminder of what I had been through. The feeling of defeat and triumph intertwined, forming a tangle of emotions that I did not know how to process. I returned to the city, but the familiarity of the streets and faces felt strange to me. People went on with their lives, oblivious to what I had faced. How could I explain? How could I share the depths of what I had been through? The mystery surrounding the forest had been unraveled, but there was a new layer of mystery within me. What had I become? What had I left behind? Sometimes at night, I would wake up with a start, heart racing, the image of the shadow still so vivid. Fear had become my constant companion. I knew I could escape physically, but the consequences of the battle followed me like a shadow. I couldn't look at the forest without feeling a chill down my spine, without wondering if the darkness had truly left or if it was merely lurking, waiting for the right moment to return. I tried to return to normal, but things were no longer the same. The laughter of my friends felt distant, as if I were watching from a separate place. Every time I remembered Tom, I felt a sharp pain and a deep gratitude. He had been my light, and I couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if I hadn't fought. The battle may have ended, but the emotional cost left me marked. In moments of solitude, I found myself revisiting the memories of the fight, the sensation of the talisman pulsing in my hand, the wave of energy that had expanded, the souls joining me in a final cry for freedom. There was something powerful in that moment, something I couldn't ignore. But there was also a sadness, a loss that I knew could never be completely healed. The mystery of the forest still lingered over me. I knew there were secrets that were not revealed, and some questions that would never have answers. What really happened to the lost souls? Were they at peace now, or did they still wander, searching for something they would never find? And I was the guardian of a secret that weighed on my heart. The fight had ended, but the emotional scar remained. Nights passed, and I sought meaning in the pain I felt. Life went on, but I couldn't return to being the same. Each new day was a reminder that I had faced the darkness and survived. But the internal battle against guilt and fear was a struggle I still needed to win. I couldn't simply ignore the lost souls. They were part of me now, and as I walked through life, I would carry not only my scars, but also the responsibility of honoring their memories. Finally, I understood that the true light was not just the energy that had fought against the shadow, but the ability to move forward, to live despite the pain, and to find hope even in the scars. The forest might have kept its mysteries, but I had found something within myself that was stronger than fear. I would not be the same, but that did not mean I could not continue to fight. Each day would be a new challenge, but also a new opportunity to make a difference. And as I walked toward the unknown, I knew that, somehow, Tom and the souls I had freed would be with me, guiding me in the darkness, showing me that even in the shadows, light could prevail. I felt the gentle breeze of the evening caress my face as I walked through the city streets. The sun slowly set, tinting the sky with shades of orange and pink, but in my heart, the palette was much darker. I reflected on the battle I had fought, on the emotional cost that still weighed on me. There was a resonant echo in my mind, a constant reminder that the external struggle was only a fraction of what we truly faced. The forest, with its secrets and mysteries, had become an inseparable part of me. I had faced the shadow, but the shadow that truly frightened me was within me. The scars I carried on my skin were visible, but the emotional marks were deeper and harder to heal. Each lost soul was an echo in my consciousness, a memory that could not be erased, no matter how much I wanted. Tom, with his gentle smile and brave spirit, still accompanied me in thoughts, and the pain of his absence was a weight I could not ignore. As I walked, people passed by me, oblivious to the storm that was unfolding inside me. How could I explain? How could I open my heart to those who did not know the darkness I had faced? There was a disconnection between everyday life and the depth of the experience I had lived. My friends laughed, chatted about trivialities, while I felt trapped in an abyss of dark reflections. Life went on, but mine no longer shone with the same brightness. A thought frequently assaulted me. What does it really mean to win a battle? I had defeated the shadow, but the victory came with a burden. The struggle was not just about survival, but about what we leave behind and what we carry with us. The talisman, once a symbol of power and hope, now felt more like a reminder of the price I paid. I had freed souls, but I had not been able to save them all, and that gnawed at me day after day. I wondered if there was a way back, if somehow I could find the peace that seemed so distant. The nights were the hardest. I woke up with a racing heart, the image of the shadow still fresh in my mind, and the feeling that somehow it was still pursuing me. It was as if, even after the battle, I was a part of the darkness I had faced. Fear had become a constant companion, a shadow trailing behind me, ready to envelop me again. But amid this emotional storm, something within me began to change. I started to realize that pain and struggle were not signs of weakness, but of my humanity. I had faced what many fear, and although the cost was high, there was also a strength that emerged from that process. Each tear, each scream, each moment of despair was a step toward healing. While the scars reminded me of the pain, they also reminded me of the courage I possessed. Walking through the city became an exercise in acceptance. I learned to allow my feelings to flow instead of fighting against them. The pain, the guilt, and the longing were part of my journey, and I did not have to carry them alone. I needed to honor town and the souls I had freed. I needed to remember that even in the shadows, there was a light that could prevail, and that light was hope. The hope that, even if I could not save everyone, I could still make a difference in someone's life. Each day, I strived to reconnect with the world around me. I began to seek small joys in daily interactions. A laugh, a sincere conversation, a gentle touch. These moments began to fill the voids left by pain. I learned that life is made of contrast, and just as light and shadow coexist, I too could find a balance between pain and hope. As I looked up at the now starry sky, I realized that each star was a soul lighting the way. Perhaps the true victory was not just in defeating the shadow, but in learning to live with the marks it had left. And as I continued this journey, I knew that, somehow, Tom and the souls I had freed would always be with me, as guides on my path. And now, as I move forward, I leave the forest behind, but carry its lessons in my heart. Life is a cycle of struggles and rebirths, and even in the darkest hours, I discovered that I can still find light. And even though the path ahead is uncertain, I am ready to face it, no longer as a shadow, but as someone who embraces the light that still shines within me. As I walked under the starry sky, a sense of peace began to settle within me. I had found a way to acceptance, a way to honor what had passed, and the weight of the pain felt lighter. But that tranquility, which I so desired, was merely a fleeting illusion. Deep in my mind, a voice whispered that the struggle was not over. That night, as I returned home, a strange breeze began to blow, cold and cutting, as if the forest itself were calling me back. The echo of my footsteps mingled with a sound that was not natural, a whisper that seemed to emerge from the shadows. I looked over my shoulder, but there was nothing there, just the city, illuminated and vibrant, but with a touch of strangeness, as if the lights hid dark secrets. I entered my home, but the feeling that something was wrong did not leave me. The walls seemed to close in, and the shadows in every corner danced unsettlingly. Sitting on the couch, I tried to distract myself with the television, but the programming made no sense. The voices transformed into murmurs, and I couldn't shake the idea that the souls I had freed were, somehow, communicating with me. I closed my eyes, trying to push away what I felt, but the visions began to emerge. Familiar eyes, faces I had lost, and among them, Tom's, with a smile that now seemed heavy with sadness. He whispered my name, and I couldn't discern whether it was a call or a warning. The cold breeze I had felt outside now intensified, as if a presence were approaching, a force that transcended understanding. I got up, my heart pounding. I went to the window, and what I saw left me paralyzed. The forest, which I believed I had left behind, seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The trees writhed, and a thick fog emerged from the ground, as if something were awakening. In that moment, I understood that the shadow I had faced was not just within me, but also lurking in the depths of the forest. What if I had freed something that I shouldn't have? Something that was now free to follow me? The pain and struggle I carried were merely manifestations of a battle that was still far from won. A wave of dread washed over me as I remembered the souls I couldn't save. What if, because I had failed, they now sought revenge? The whisper grew louder, and I could hear the voices crying out for justice, for recognition. I had given them freedom, but what about mine? My arms rose involuntarily, as if they wanted to protect me from an invisible force that was approaching. The shadows in my room began to stir, and I knew I was not alone. The notion that everyday life was a safe haven crumbled in the face of reality. The battle had not only been a fight against an external shadow, but also against the very darkness I had unleashed. I was a doorway between two worlds, and now the consequences of my actions were manifesting in a terrifying way. And so, as the voices became screams, I realized that the true struggle was just beginning. The darkness was not something that could be defeated or left behind. It was within me, and I had set it free. Fear took over my being, and the certainty that peace was not an option settled in my heart. As the fog thickened and the shadows danced, I realized I was trapped in a cycle of terror. The forest had taught me a cruel lesson. The fight against darkness never ends. And so, with a silent scream in my chest, I prepared to face not only the shadow I had encountered, but also the one I had released. If you have also faced the darkness and felt that the battle never ends, share your experiences. Together, we can explore the depths of what it means to fight against our own demons. Don't hesitate, like and subscribe so we can continue this journey. Terror may be constant, but unity can bring to light what is hidden in the shadows. The struggle is real, and we must be ready to face it. When the last light of day hides behind the mountains and darkness begins to take over Shenandoah National Park, a troubling question reverberates in my mind. What truly lives among the shadows? I am a park ranger, tasked with protecting the wonders and mysteries of this land. But as night settles in, I realize there is something beyond the animals and trees I know so well. A whisper, perhaps, from the past. Or something more. On that fateful night, when the wind howled like a distant lament, I was on one of the park's less traveled trails, surrounded by tall, imposing trees that seemed to whisper ancient secrets. The aroma of damp soil and foliage enveloped me, but a feeling of unease began to build in my chest, as if the park itself were alive, watching me. The sky was clear, but a strange fog was forming, dancing among the trees as if trying to tell me a story. I had always dreamed of being a park ranger, a defender of nature. The job gave me purpose, and I often lost myself in the beauty of the park. But there was also a vulnerability within me, a sense that nature was not just a refuge, but also a place of mysteries I could not fully understand. Since taking this position, stories about unexplained disappearances and sightings of ghostly figures whispered among visitors. I had always listened to them with a mix of skepticism and fascination. But that night, as the shadows lengthened, those stories began to come alive. As I walked, a faint light began to shine in the distance, pulsing like a passionate heart. Intrigued, I decided to approach. The light did not seem natural. It was neither a flashlight nor moonlight. It was a kind of ethereal glow emanating from a clearing, and I could not resist the urge to investigate. With each step I took, the feeling that something was wrong intensified. Upon reaching the clearing, the light suddenly vanished, leaving me in complete silence. It was then that I saw her. A female figure, draped in a flowing white dress, stood among the trees. Her gaze was distant, as if she were trapped between two worlds, mine and hers. The first thing I thought was that it could be an illusion, a projection of my tired mind. But there was something in her presence that defied any rational explanation. The figure seemed so real, so sad, and at the same time so ethereal. "Are you here to help me?" Her voice was a whisper, as soft as the wind passing through the leaves. I felt a chill run down my spine. I didn't know how to respond, but curiosity and empathy began to outweigh my fear. I asked her who she was and what had happened, and she began to tell a story that unfolded like a nightmare. She was a guardian of the park, just like me, but she had disappeared many years ago, on a night like this one. Her mission was to protect the wild beauty, but a tragic event had trapped her between worlds. The trees whispered her name, and she was caught between reality and the realm of spirits, waiting to be freed. My heart raced as she spoke. I could feel the pain and sorrow in her voice. The sense that I was not just a spectator but a participant in something much greater began to consume me. A dilemma formed within me. How could I help someone who was so far beyond my understanding? The connection I felt with that figure was intense, but there was also the awareness that I was dealing with forces I did not fully comprehend. Fear told me to run away, but compassion kept me there, caught in a moment that defied logic. I decided I needed to understand more. I went to the park library, where I researched disappearances and stories of park rangers who had never been found. The pages were filled with terrifying accounts of souls who had never found peace. With each story, the figure of the woman in white became more real to me. She was a part of the park, just like the trees and streams, and I could not ignore the pain she carried. That night, as the wind blew fiercely, I found myself on a new mission, not just to protect nature, but also to seek the truth behind the legends. I began talking to other rangers, to visitors who had stories to tell. Everyone seemed to have a thread of connection to the past, a memory of something we could not see but felt deeply. As the days passed, the figure of the woman became a constant in my thoughts, and so I decided to return to the clearing. The sky was overcast, and the atmosphere was heavy, as if the park itself were holding its breath. When I arrived, the light appeared again, and the woman was there, waiting for me. This time, there was no fear. There was a mutual understanding. "You came to find me," she said with a sad smile. "Please, help me tell my story." And so I became the voice of a forgotten legend. Together, we began to weave her narrative, a story of love, loss, and redemption that intertwined with the very essence of the park. By telling her story, I was able to free her, and the light that had shone so brightly before now dissipated into a gentle glow, like a farewell. From that day on, whenever night fell over Shenandoah, I felt her presence, not as a specter haunting the trees, but as a part of the park itself. I learned that legends are not just stories. They are echoes of lives that still resonate in the land we love. And so, the park was no longer just my workplace, but a sanctuary of stories that deserved to be told. In the days that followed my conversation with the woman in white, the park seemed to have changed in some way. The shadows grew longer, and the whispers of the trees became more insistent. I was more aware than ever of the small details, the crunch of twigs underfoot, the rustling of leaves in the wind, and, more disturbingly, the curious gazes of some forest creatures that seemed to watch me with an unsettling intensity. That afternoon, while reviewing reports in my office, I was interrupted by a knock at the door. It was one of my fellow rangers, Mart, a sturdy man with a look that mixed skepticism and concern. He told me that he had received reports from visitors who had seen a strange figure in the woods, a woman dressed in white. My heart raced at his words, but I tried to stay calm. Ghost stories are common this time of year, I said, trying to rationalize the situation. But Mark wasn't convinced. He had found strange footprints near a secluded trail, marks that didn't seem to match anything we knew. "You need to see this," he insisted, pulling me out of the office. "I'm thinking of going there now." On impulse, I agreed to join in. As we walked, the tension in the air became palpable. The sky darkened, and a fog began to form, enveloping us in a cold, damp embrace. The discomfort I had felt earlier intensified, as if something was about to happen. When we reached the trail, Mark pointed to the ground. The footprints were strange, as if a creature with bare feet had walked there, but they were too large for a human. To my surprise, the fog began to swirl, and the ethereal light I had seen in the clearing appeared in the distance, pulsing like a beacon. "What is that?" Mark asked, incredulity evident in his voice. I had no answer. As we approached the light, a sense of urgency washed over me. What I had discovered about the woman in white and her story now seemed intertwined with this new manifestation. The light started to flicker, and a voice, distant and almost inaudible, echoed through the trees. "Help me be seen." My body froze as the fog swirled around us, creating an atmosphere of confusion. Mark looked at me, and his face was pale with fear. "Are you hearing this?" he asked, but before I could respond, the light intensified and, in the blink of an eye, the figure of the woman in white appeared before us, clearer and more real than ever. Her dress floated around her, and her eyes reflected a mix of pain and hope. "You need to understand," she said, her voice now stronger. "My past is trapped here, and the disappearances are just the beginning." Mark and I exchanged glances, the gravity of the situation starting to hit us. "Disappearances? What disappearances?" I asked, trying to hold my ground. The woman extended her hand, and the light around her seemed to vibrate with a palpable energy. "Those who come here searching for something, but find only darkness. They cannot return." Fear gripped me, but a part of me also felt drawn in. I needed to understand, needed to know more. "How can we help you?" I asked, my voice almost a whisper. "You need to uncover the truth hidden in the shadows," she replied, her expression growing more serious. "The secrets surrounding this park go far beyond what you imagine." With that, the woman vanished again, but the fog did not dissipate. Mark was visibly shaken, and I knew he was struggling with the idea that we were dealing with something beyond reason. He turned to me, his gaze filled with determination. "We need to investigate, and fast. If these footprints are what I think they are, we have to find out who or what is behind this." From that moment on, our work transformed into a frantic search for answers. We began interrogating visitors and other rangers, collecting accounts of strange experiences. A group of young campers told us about a friend who had disappeared while exploring the woods. Another ranger, Sarah, mentioned a legend about a creature that lured travelers into the forest, an entity that fed on their hopes and dreams. As the stories piled up, I realized that the woman in white wasn't the only one connected to what was happening. There were other souls, lost, wandering among the shadows, and the nature around us seemed to conspire against us. Trees fell in our paths, the wind blew with unusual force, and the fog thickened with each passing day. The following night, while investigating the trail where the footprints were found, a scream pierced the air. a high-pitched and desperate sound that made my heart race. We ran toward the sound, and what we found was horrifying. One of the campers was standing in a trance, his eyes fixed on something invisible, while others were backing away in panic. "She's here! She's here!" he screamed, and his words echoed like a grim warning. The figure of the woman in white appeared again, but this time there was an intensity to her presence that left me paralyzed. "I can't stay here much longer. The darkness is spreading," she said, her voice laden with urgency. "You need to uncover the truth before it's too late." Feeling that time was running out, I knew I had to act. The stories I had collected, the legends that seemed so distant, were now intertwining into a web of mystery. I was filled with the determination to confront the unknown, even if it meant putting my life at risk. "We will find the source of this," I told Mark, who was still trembling with fear. "We need to understand what happened to those who disappeared." But as we spoke, the darkness around us seemed to intensify, as if the park itself was preparing to reveal its darkest secrets. With every step we took, the feeling that we were being watched grew stronger, and the certainty that we were about to confront forces beyond our understanding became undeniable. The atmosphere grew heavier as Mark and I ventured down the trail, our footsteps echoing in an unsettling silence. The fog, which had initially seemed like nothing more than an atmospheric curiosity, had now transformed into something almost palpable, as if it were trying to swallow us. I felt a knot in my stomach, a mix of fear and an inexplicable sensation of being pulled into the abyss. The figure of the woman in white still lingered in my mind, her presence almost real yet distant at the same time. As we progressed, obstacles appeared in our path. Fallen branches and exposed roots became barriers, as if the very forest was trying to prevent us from moving forward. Each step became a conscious effort, and the feeling that we were being watched intensified. It wasn't just an impression. It was a raw truth that seemed to emanate from the trees themselves, as if they were aware that we were trespassing in sacred territory, a space where the secrets of the past did not want to be revealed. "Are you okay?" Mark asked, his voice trembling. I could see the worry in his eyes, a concern that mirrored my own unease. "I don't know. It feels like we're being pulled towards something we can't understand," I replied, trying to hide the growing anxiety in my voice. But the truth was that I was terrified. The woman in white, the disappearances, the strange footprints, all of it was intertwining into a web of terror and mystery. And then, as we approached a clearing, something happened. A scream tore through the silence of the forest, a desperate sound that reverberated in my chest. We ran toward the source of the sound, hearts racing. It was one of the campers, lying on the ground, eyes wide, fixed on something beyond our sight. "Seen, she is coming," he screamed, his voice a mix of panic and despair. I didn't know what to expect, but something inside me knew that the woman in white was connected to all of this, that her presence was the key to understanding what was happening. But what exactly was she? A vengeful spirit? A lost victim? Or something even more malevolent? With my muscles tense and my mind racing, I began to piece things together. The stories I had heard, the legends that intertwined with reality. Everything was forming like a terrifying puzzle. I remembered the conversations I had with Sarah about the creature that lured travelers, and the feeling that something was feeding on their hopes and dreams. What if the woman in white was, in fact, one of those lost souls trapped in a cycle of pain? What if she was trying to break free but couldn't? "We need to get out of here," Mark said, pulling me back to reality. But the decision was not easy. I felt we were on the brink of something important, something that could change everything. "We can't. We need to understand what's happening. If we don't, more people might disappear." The boldness in my words surprised even me, but the determination to help the woman in white and uncover the truth propelled me forward. We continued to move, each step heavier than the last. The forest seemed to be closing in around us, the sounds of nature becoming distant, as if we were in a space isolated from time and reality. I felt fatigue accumulating in my muscles, but there was something deeper affecting me. A sense of despair, as if the very essence of the forest was sucking my energy. The idea that we were losing the battle against something we didn't understand consumed me. And then, as we entered a new clearing, what I saw made my blood run cold. There was a circle of stones arranged in a strange manner, like an altar. In the center, a light post, similar to the one we had seen earlier, but now it seemed more threatening, as if it were feeding off the shadows surrounding us. Around the circle, the trees appeared to lean forward, as if warning us, but the warning was obscured by a fog that was now becoming almost tangible. This is not good," Mark murmured, eyes wide. I agreed. The feeling that we were in a sacred yet profane place was undeniable. I looked at the light, and then something moved to my left. It was the woman in white, her expression more anguished than ever. "You shouldn't be here. The truth is darker than you imagine." Her voice echoed, but the fog around us began to form indistinct figures, shadows that seemed to dance and swirl around us. "What do you mean?" I shouted, trying to understand, but the answer seemed to elude me, as if we were in a maze with no exit. The pressure mounted, and the sense of being surrounded by something malevolent became unbearable. The shadows began to close in, and I realized they were not just figures. They were echoes of lost souls, those who had disappeared, now watching us with empty stares. Reality began to crumble around me, and I felt trapped between the past and the present, between hope and despair. The voices blended into a chorus of wails, and my mind began to spin with the possibility that, in trying to unravel this mystery, we might very well be digging our own grave. "Mart," I called, but his expression was one of horror as he backed away, as if in a trance. The weight of responsibility and guilt began to settle in me. We were on a path of no return, and the certainty that what we were facing was greater than us became increasingly clear. The forest wanted its souls back, and we were next in line. The figure of the woman in white vanished once more, and I realized that the truth was closer than I had imagined. But what I didn't know was the cost it would demand from me. The feeling that we were in a game of chess with forces we couldn't see was terrifying. I needed to gather all my strength to face what was to come, but doubt and darkness were spreading, and the forest seemed to be preparing for a final confrontation. The air was heavy, and the mist around us seemed to intensify, as if it were alive, breathing with its own intention. Mark was paralyzed, his eyes fixed on something I couldn't see, and the woman in white had vanished again, leaving only an echo of her warning. The truth is darker than you imagine. The pressure was mounting, and I felt time was running out. However, a part of me was desperate to understand what was happening, even if it meant confronting terror. The circle of stones, now pulsating like a living organ, drew my attention. There was something there, something that stirred the deepest fibers of my existence. I took a hesitant step forward, and then, with a force I didn't comprehend, I was pulled closer to the light. "Don't come any closer," Mark shouted, as if trying to wake me from a nightmare. But it was too late. The light began to shine in a mesmerizing way, and I found myself plunging into a vision. The shadows around me became more defined, and I saw faces. Faces of missing people, their expressions frozen in terror. The woman in white was now in front of me, her form shaping into an ethereal being, but with an intensity that made my heart race. "You don't understand," she said, her voice now a mix of sadness and urgency. "I am not the only one trapped in this place. I am not just a victim. I am the guardian of a truth you must uncover." Her words created an echo within me, and the vision intensified. I saw flashes of past events, people entering the forest, smiles on their faces, but soon followed by despair. I realized that the woman in white was not just a lost spirit. She was a link between the world of the living and the world of the departed, and her pain was intertwined with the pain of those who had vanished. "You need to choose," she continued, her presence becoming more solid. "You can run and become just another one of them, or you can face the truth and free the souls that are trapped here." "How?" I asked, my voice faltering. "How can I do that?" She pointed to the circle of stones. "The answer lies at this altar, but you must be prepared for what you will find. The darkness you face is more powerful than you imagine. Feeds on fear and doubt." At that moment, a wave of understanding hit me. What I thought was just a legend, a horror story circulating among campers, was actually a terrifying reality. The mist was not just a natural phenomenon. It was a manifestation of evil that fed on lost souls, and I was at the center of it, in a battle that transcended the material world. "Mart," I called, but he remained paralyzed, his eyes fixed on me, as if he were fighting against a spell. The fear that prevented him from moving was the same fear that was binding me to that clearing. The woman in white began to dissolve into mist again, but before she completely vanished, she said, "You must make the choice now. Time is running out." The shadows began to move toward me, and I realized that not only Mark but also I were approaching the brink of extinction. The circle pulsed, and an invisible force seemed to pull me toward it. I had to act, and fast. With a surge of adrenaline, I ran toward the circle, feeling the resistance of the mist around me. The panic in my chest intensified as the shadows began to twist into grotesque shapes, trying to capture me. I dove into the circle, feeling the light envelop me, and a scream echoed, a collective lament of all the lost souls. Suddenly, everything went dark. An overwhelming sense of despair took hold of me. But amidst the darkness, a clear idea emerged. I needed to confront not only the evil surrounding us, but also my own fear. With courage, I closed my eyes and concentrated, trying to connect with the souls around me. "I am here for you," I declared, feeling the energy pulse around me. "I will not leave you here." The voices of the souls began to intertwine with mine, and the light began to shine again, more intensely than before. I felt a wave of power and understanding, as if the truth was finally revealing itself. But at the same time, a new presence manifested, a dark force, more intense than anything I had ever felt. "Do you really think you can defeat us?" A deep and threatening voice resonated in the darkness. "You are just a human, and we are the essence of fear." And the realization hit me like a blow. This force was not just a supernatural phenomenon. It was the forest itself, nature itself, feeding on our doubts and insecurities. I had awakened something much greater and more threatening than I had imagined. "I am not here to fight," I shouted, feeling the tension rise. "I am here to set you free." And in that moment of revelation, the truth unfolded before me. The souls, the woman in white, the forest. Everything was interconnected in a web of pain and suffering. To free them, I would need to become part of that truth, confront the fear that imprisoned us, and perhaps sacrifice something precious within myself. And so, with my heart racing and my mind in turmoil, I realized there was no turning back. The choice had been made, and the journey was just beginning. The true terror was only beginning to reveal itself, and I was about to discover that the darkness I faced was not only external, but also an internal battle that could consume me completely. The darkness around me was oppressive, as if the forest itself was breathing, absorbing the air I desperately tried to hold in my lungs. The deep voice echoing in the darkness felt like a living entity, a force that not only challenged me but fed on my fear. And in that moment, the truth became clear. I was not just battling something external. I was facing my own demons. Do you really think you can defeat us? You are just a human, and we are the essence of fear. The words resonated within me, and I found myself paralyzed, questioning everything I believed about myself. Was I really strong enough to confront this dark force? What did I have to offer? Memories of lost souls began to surface in my mind, flashes of life and despair, and I realized there was a connection between them and the pain I carried. The woman in white, the pain emanating from her, all reminded me of moments in my own life that I would prefer to forget. Doubt began to erode my determination. I wasn't sure if I could free them. What would happen if I failed? What if, instead of rescuing these souls, I became yet another prisoner of the forest? The idea of losing myself in the cycle of pain was terrifying. Then, around me, the fog began to stir, and the shadows drew closer. I could feel the darkness trying to envelop me, pulling me down into its essence. But amid the panic, an idea emerged. What if I wasn't alone? What if the lost souls could help me? If I could connect with them, maybe that would be enough to confront the force threatening us. I'm here for you, I shouted again, my voice echoing through the darkness. If you can hear me, I need your strength. In that instant, I felt a change. The shadows hesitated, and a wave of energy seemed to pass through the circle of stones. I closed my eyes and focused, trying to open a channel of communication with those souls. The fear was still there, but now there was also a thread of hope. The voices began to intertwine with mine, forming a chorus of memories and emotions. But the deep voice was not willing to yield. Do you think you can control this? Pain is our nature. The darkness is eternal. Her words struck me like an arrow, making me question the very essence of what I was trying to do. Would I be able to control this darkness? Or was I about to unleash something that could not be contained? This uncertainty could lead me to ruin. And then, a new truth revealed itself. I realized that the woman in white had said something crucial. You need to choose. The choice I had to make was not just about freeing those souls, but about how I would face the darkness within me. The sacrifice I might have to make would not only be physical, it could be emotional, psychological. I would have to confront the pain I carried, the memories I wanted to forget. The fog around me began to stir again, and the shadows became more aggressive, trying to drag me into their darkness. With a shout of determination, I refused to be defeated. I will not let you consume me, I yelled, feeling the energy of the souls intensifying around me. But the dark presence laughed, a deep and menacing laugh. You don't understand, do you? To free others, you must be willing to lose something of yourself. What are you willing to sacrifice? The question echoed in my mind, and I realized there was no easy answer. What did I have to lose? My freedom? My sanity? Or perhaps what I feared most? The connection I had to the world. The idea of losing my essence left me paralyzed, but I knew there was no other choice. If I wanted to confront this darkness, I would have to step forward. The shadows began to twist around me, forming threatening figures, and I felt the pressure increase. In a moment of despair, I dove into the pain I had kept hidden for so long, facing the memories that tormented me. I accepted each one of them, the losses, the fears, the failures, and as I did so, I realized I was not only confronting the darkness, but also reconnecting with the light that still existed within me. I'm here, I shouted, feeling the vital energy growing inside me. I am not afraid of you. I am not just a human. I am the sum of all my experiences. And in that moment, the light began to shine brightly around me. The souls joined with me, and the dark presence hesitated. I was no longer alone. The connection I sought had formed, and together we were facing the darkness. But the struggle was far from over. The battle between light and darkness was just beginning. and I needed to prepare for what was to come. What I had awakened was not just a supernatural phenomenon. It was a storm of emotions, a fight for truth that would demand everything from me. And so, as the shadows gathered, I prepared for the next step, determined to discover what it truly meant to free the lost souls, and perhaps find my own freedom in the process. The pressure around me increased, as if the forest were tightening its claws around me. The shadows danced, growing more aggressive, whispering dark secrets that threatened to destabilize the new light I had discovered. The deep laughter of the entity echoed in my ears, and I felt the guilt accumulating like an unbearable weight in my chest. The darkness was not just an external force. It was a manifestation of what I had done, the decisions I had made, and the lives I had affected. "You are a coward," the deep voice shot out, and the fog vibrated around it. "You hide behind your memories, but they are not enough to save you. You know what you did, don't you? The souls you abandoned, the bonds you broke. That is what makes you weak." I felt the truth in her words, like sharp blades cutting through my spirit. I had failed. There were moments when I could have helped, but I let myself be carried away by fear and uncertainty. I looked at the shadows clustering around me and saw the faces of the lost souls I was trying to save. The pain was etched on their faces, a constant reminder of my own guilt. "I am not a coward," I shouted, but doubt was still consuming me. "I am here to correct my mistakes." The shadows laughed, a grotesque sound that echoed throughout the forest. "Correct? Do you think that is possible? The darkness will always find a way to claim what is yours. You cannot save anyone if you do not save yourself first." It was true. The guilt I carried was an anchor, holding me to a past I could not change. But how could I free myself? What did I have to do to face this darkness that fed on me? The weight of responsibility was overwhelming, and the pressure of becoming the savior felt like an unbearable burden. The voices of the souls began to blend with mine, a chorus of lament and pain. I could feel their despair, and it brought me back to reality. If I didn't do something now, not only would I fail, but so would the lives I was trying to rescue. Time was running out, and the darkness was becoming increasingly oppressive. "I need to know the truth," I shouted, raising my hand in a gesture of supplication. "Tell me what I need to do." The dark presence hesitated for a moment, as if considering my question. "The truth? Do you really want to know? The truth is that you will never escape what you have done. The souls you abandoned are doomed to wander eternally, and you will be the cause of their suffering." Those words hit me like a punch to the stomach. The idea that my mistake could cost the lives of others left me paralyzed. But then, a new determination began to grow inside me. If I could not change the past, I could at least fight for a different future. Not just for myself, but for those souls. "I will not give up on you," I shouted, feeling the energy of the souls unite with mine once again. "I am not just a human. I am the sum of all my mistakes and successes." The light exploded around me, and the shadows momentarily recoiled, as if the intensity of my determination had wounded them. But the dark presence was not willing to surrender so easily. "You think you can fight against the very essence of fear? You are only intensifying your pain." The shadows stirred, and I realized that the struggle was intensifying. The figures became more defined, more threatening, surrounding me in a movement that left me breathless. I could feel the darkness trying to envelop me, pulling me into its essence. Every breath became more difficult, and the feeling of despair began to take hold. But amid the chaos, an idea emerged. If the darkness fed on fear, perhaps I could transform that fear into strength. If I could confront each of my failures and accept the pain they brought, maybe I could create a light that would dissipate the shadow. "I accept the pain," I declared, closing my eyes and allowing the memories to flow. "I accept my guilt, my mistakes, and the lives I could not save." but I also accept the strength that comes from overcoming. As I spoke, I felt the energy of the souls intensifying around me, their voices rising in a collective cry of hope. The shadows hesitated again, and I realized I was starting to gain ground. The struggle was not just against the darkness, but also an internal battle, and I was finally willing to face what was inside me. I am not just a weak human, I shouted, feeling the light grow stronger. I am the sum of my experiences, and that makes me stronger than you can imagine. The shadows began to rise, and the dark presence finally seemed to waver. But I knew the fight was not over yet. The battle between light and darkness was at its peak, and I needed to be prepared for what was to come. The climax of my journey was approaching, and I was determined not to let the darkness win. I felt the presence of darkness looming around me, as if it were preparing for a final strike. The air was charged with electricity, and the tension pulsed in my veins. Each shadow seemed to vibrate with an evil power, and I knew the confrontation was about to escalate. The deep laughter of the entity resonated within me, but now I was no longer willing to be consumed. "You can hurt me, but you cannot break me," I shouted, each word loaded with a strength I didn't know I possessed. The ground beneath my feet began to tremble, and I visualized the light growing from within me, a flame that fed on pain and guilt, transforming them into courage. The shadows advanced, forming claws that stretched toward me. I could feel the pressure in my chest increasing, but instead of retreating, I took a deep breath and focused. I remembered every lost soul, every life I couldn't save. Their pain was now mine, and I would not let that suffering go unacknowledged. "I accept responsibility," I exclaimed, and the light around me began to shine with a blinding intensity. "I am not solely responsible for your pain, but I can fight for you." I refused to let darkness win. With a determined motion, I extended my hands toward the darkness. The light expanded, and the shadows hesitated, as if burned by the power of my determination. But in an instant, everything changed. The dark presence surged forth with overwhelming force, launching a wave of darkness at me. A scream of despair echoed, and I realized it was the voice of all those souls. "You are a fool," the entity roared. "The light you think you have is nothing compared to the depth of your guilt. You cannot fight against who you are." I felt the truth of her words like a punch to the stomach. Doubt began to creep back into my mind, but in that critical moment a memory surfaced. I remembered a simple gesture, an act of kindness I had done amidst my pain, a soul I had helped find comfort. And suddenly, a wave of warmth washed over me, and the light grew even stronger. "I am more than my mistakes," I declared with renewed conviction. "I am what I do now, and I choose to fight." The energy around me intensified, and the darkness began to writhe in response. The shadows tried to close in, but they were dissipating before the growing light. I could see the faces of the lost souls around me, and they began to join with my strength, as if they were rising up again. "Together we are stronger," I shouted, and with a decisive movement, I channeled the energy that was building within me. The light exploded into a radiant glow, a beacon of hope that illuminated every corner of the forest. The shadows screamed, a cacophony of rage and pain, as they were pushed away. But the entity was not ready to give up. With a deafening roar, it emerged, a grotesque form that reflected each of my insecurities. "You cannot defeat me, for I am part of you. I am your darkness." I stared at it, feeling the chill of doubt and fear in its gaze. "You may be part of me, but I am not your prisoner." And with that, I thrust my hand toward it, channeling all the light I had gathered. The battle that followed was intense. The darkness advanced, trying to swallow me whole, but each time I remembered a soul that had suffered. A new wave of light emerged, I was not only fighting against the entity, I was fighting against every fragment of pain I had accumulated throughout my life. Every failure, every mistake, every wrong choice transformed into fuel for my determination. I am not just a human, I shouted, as my heart pulsed with the strength of the light. I am a fighter. I am the sum of all those who came before me, and together we will prevail. The entity hesitated, if only for a moment. The light emanating from me seemed to hurt the darkness, and I realized that the truth I had found was more powerful than any shadow. You may be part of me, but I am not you, I declared. I choose the light. I choose life. With one last cry of determination, I channeled all my energy, launching it toward the entity. The light exploded in a blinding radiance, and I felt the darkness writhe and scream, losing its form. The shadows began to dissipate, and the entity was consumed by the light I had created. When everything finally calmed down, the forest was silent. I fell to my knees, exhausted but relieved. The souls that had once been trapped in the shadows were now free, their faces illuminated by the light I had fought for. The weight of guilt I had carried began to lift, and a new hope blossomed within me. I did this, I thought, as I watched the souls disperse in a serene glow. I am no longer a coward. I am a survivor. The light finally dissipated, and the forest, once cloaked in shadows, now glowed softly, as if nature itself was relieved by the departure of darkness. I found myself on my knees, completely exhausted, gasping for breath and trembling. The physical scars were evident. Cuts and scrapes marked my skin, souvenirs from the battle I had fought. But the emotional scars ran even deeper, echoing in my mind as a constant reminder of what I had faced. As I watched the souls disappearing, a mix of relief and sadness washed over me. I had managed to free them, but at a cost I still did not fully understand. The weight of guilt and pain I had carried for so long did not dissipate so easily. I knew that although I had defeated the entity, the battle within me was far from over. I struggled to my feet. The feeling of a new beginning mingled with the pain I knew I would have to confront. The light I had invoked not only illuminated the darkness, but also revealed the cracks in my own soul. Every mistake and every choice that had brought me to that moment now danced before me, a tapestry of regrets and lessons. I would never be the same. The experience had transformed me in ways I could not yet comprehend. I walked through the forest, the sounds of nature gradually coming back to life. The trees whispered, as if they wanted to comfort me, but I knew the true battle was just beginning. There was something undefined in my heart, a mystery that still needed to be unraveled. What I had faced was only one facet of the darkness that inhabited the world, and I now was an unwitting guardian of the light that still burned within me. However, the feeling that something was still hidden would not leave me. I remembered the visions the entity had shown me, the shadows of lost lives, the faces I could not save. That pain still pulsed within me, like a constant reminder that the fight for the light would never end. I had appeased the spirits, but the darkness still lurked at the edges of my mind, waiting for a moment of weakness. As I exited the forest, I realized that the outside world had changed. The colors seemed more vibrant, but there was a strangeness in the air that I could not ignore. Every person passing by seemed burdened with their own shadows, and I wondered how many others were fighting invisible battles, how many other souls were trapped in their own darkness. The weight of responsibility began to accumulate upon me. I had not only faced my own demons, I had awakened a new awareness of human suffering. The days that followed were a whirlwind of emotions. Although the darkness that had attacked me had been defeated, I could not escape the echoes of that struggle. The nights were especially difficult. Nightmares returned, bringing visions of the battle, of screaming souls, and the dark presence enveloping me once more. I would wake in panic, breath quickening, heart pounding in my chest. The fight for the light was constant, and the line between reality and darkness grew ever thinner. The emotional scars were a heavy burden. I knew I had to learn to live with them, but how? The memories of the battle became a part of me, and each day, I found myself reliving those moments of pain and sacrifice. The silence around me seemed to scream. The shadows I had faced in the forest now inhabited my interior, pulling me back into the depths of my guilt. But amid all this, I also found a new determination. The light I had invoked during the confrontation became a beacon in my life. I began to help others who were struggling with their own shadows, sharing my story and encouraging them to find their own light. The pain that once paralyzed me now transformed into empathy. I understood others' struggles because I had faced my own, and I felt that somehow this redeemed me. I would never forget what I had been through. The scars, both physical and emotional, were a part of who I am now. And although the darkness could still whisper in my mind, I knew there was a strength within me that could face it. The battle was not over. It had simply turned into a new journey. The forest was still a place of mystery, now a sanctuary where souls had found peace. But I carried with me the weight of the duality of life, light and darkness, hope and pain. And as I continued to walk this new path, I knew there was still much to discover and much to fight for. The scars would always be reminders of what I had faced, but they would also be a constant reminder that the light, even in the darkest hours, would always find a way to shine. And so, I moved forward, a survivor marked by battle, but determined never to let darkness consume me again. Now, looking back, I see that the struggle in the forest was not just a battle against a dark entity, but a profound confrontation with my own essence. I felt every blow and every scream echoing inside me. The pain and exhaustion I experienced were not just physical, but a manifestation of everything I had suffocated over the years. Each scar, each scratch, was a mark of a journey that forced me to face not only what was in front of me, but also what resided within me. The sleepless nights, the nightmares, the memories that haunted me, all made me realize that true darkness does not come solely from external forces, but also from our own doubts and fears. When I faced the entity, I realized I was fighting against the ghosts of my own story. The choices I didn't make, the opportunities one let slip away, the people I couldn't save. The battle was as internal as it was external, and every soul I managed to free was a reflection of the parts of me that I needed to reconcile. I helped others, but more importantly, I helped myself. By sharing my story, I discovered that I was not alone. The people who crossed my path carried their own scars, their own shadows. What once seemed like a curse now transformed into a deep connection with humanity. Every word I spoke, every tear I witnessed, was a reminder that the struggle for light is a shared journey. All of us, in some way, are trying to find our way through the darkness. But the fight is never simple. Every day, I still encounter doubts and fears. Sometimes, the darkness whispers again, trying to pull me down. And it is in that moment that I remember the forest, the light I invoked. The light that not only dispelled the darkness, but also illuminated the parts of me I was trying to hide. It was there that I learned that vulnerability is a strength, not a weakness. Opening up to pain and healing is an act of courage, and it is how we find our true strength. Each scar I carry now is a testament to what I have overcome. They remind me that even amidst pain, there is a purpose. And in every story I share, I see the spark of hope in the eyes of others. This makes me realize that my journey is not just about me. It is about all of us. It is about how we can support each other, how we can lift one another up in the midst of our battles. Life is a constant dance between light and darkness. Sometimes I feel that darkness is stronger, but it is when I remember the forest and the light I invoked that I find the courage to carry on. There is beauty in the fragility of life, and it is this beauty that unites us, that makes us human. As I walk this new path, I wonder, how many other souls are waiting to be freed? How many battles are being fought in the shadows, away from the eyes of the world? And, more importantly, how can I be a beacon of hope for those who are still lost? These questions guide me, inspire me to keep fighting, not just for myself, but for all who still need to find their light. And so, I move forward, a survivor marked by the battle, but also a guardian of the light. I have learned that true strength does not come from the absence of pain, but from the ability to love and to fight, even when the darkness seems overwhelming. The impact of my journey is profound, and it remains in every day I live, in every soul I encounter. The light that burns within me now is a flame that I hope will never go out, a light that I hope to share with the world. As I move ahead, I carry with me the scars and the lessons, and with an open heart, I am ready to face whatever comes my way. For I know that even in the darkest hours, there is always a light waiting to shine. And with that light, I will continue my journey, determined to never let the darkness consume me again. As I walked through this new reality, a mix of hope and uncertainty pulsed within me. The light I had found in the forest still burned, but the shadows seemed closer than ever. Each step I took echoed as a reminder that the struggle never ends, and the ghosts of the past can hide around every corner, ready to resurface. On a particularly quiet night, when the full moon illuminated the sky, I was drawn by a whisper. It was a distant melody, a song that seemed to call my name, echoing among the trees. Curiosity led me to follow the sound, and soon I found myself back in the forest where it all began. The air was charged with a strange energy, and the atmosphere pulsed with an almost palpable tension. Upon reaching a clearing, I came face to face with a scene that froze me in place. The entity I had confronted before was there, but it was no longer a creature of pure terror. It seemed more ethereal, almost human, with eyes that reflected my own uncertainties. He thought it was over? It asked, its voice an echo of my own doubts. The darkness never completely disappears, transforms, adapts, and you must always be prepared. What I felt was a chill down my spine. The battle I had fought was not an end but a beginning. The light that burned within me was now a spark amidst a sea of shadows. Looking around, I realized I was not alone. Other souls, lost like me, were present, and each of them had a story marked by scars. They looked to me, waiting for an answer, a direction. You are a guardian of the light, the entity continued. But this light is not just yours. It belongs to all of us, and you must decide how to use it. The phrase reverberated in my mind, and I realized that, although I had found a new strength, the challenge of guiding others still lay ahead of me. I wondered if I would be up to the task. If darkness was a constant, how could I, a mere survivor, make a difference? And as these questions piled up, the entity began to dissipate, its words still echoing in the air. You will have to face the darkness again, but this time you will not be alone. And with that, it vanished, leaving only emptiness and a sense of urgency. What did this mean? What else was to come? The whisper of the forest intensified, and I knew my journey was far from over. What had once been a space of confrontation had now become a field of infinite possibilities. As I walked back, the forest seemed different. The shadows were not just threats. They were also witnesses to the collective struggle that was about to begin. I felt the weight of scars, not just my own, but those of all who were connected to me. The light I had found was not just a protection but a call to action. And so, looking to the future, I realized that each of us has a role to play. We could be beacons of hope, but we would also need to be prepared to face new darknesses. Night, with its complexities and mysteries, would unite us, and what I had learned would be the foundation for helping others find their own lights. As I moved away, a new question blossomed in my mind. What lurked in the depths of that forest? What else would I still have to face? The answers were not clear, but a certainty formed in my heart. The journey was just beginning, and I was ready for whatever came next. And you, what would you do if you were in my place? How would you face the darkness that looms in your life? Share your experiences in the comments, and if this story resonated with you, like and subscribe so you don't miss what's to come. Together, we can explore the shadows and find the light that unites us. What is lurking in the forest, waiting to be discovered? The answer may be closer than we think.